top of my game, and them bitch niggas pray for my downfall. Yeah, every year I level up, different mental every time I'm around y'all. Yeah, I switch my flow, every investment tool, watch how my net improve, everything extra cool. Switch my flow, every investment tool, watch how my net improve, everything extra. I ain't had to be sucker to win, still triple double when ends. I stayed down, wasn't nothing back then. I just had fun with the pen, watch niggas fumble within. Wasn't my business, got no money with them. Cut niggas off cause I love for my kin. Still want you niggas to eat, still you my brother, my friend. I don't want no revenge. My energy spins on spins, and how to get more money again. See, I own the company, but my roles is different. Feeding future generations, my goals is different. Yeah, for when I'm not here, these are the facts for my kids. It's the reference how they got here. I learned early, life is not fair, and once you yeah, right, yeah, right. I'm at the top of my game, and them bitch niggas pray for my downfall. Yeah, every year I level up, different mental every time I'm around y'all. Yeah, I switch my flow, every investment tool, watch how my net improve, everything extra cool. Switch my flow, every investment tool, watch how my net improve, everything extra. I ain't had to be sucker to win, still triple double when ends. I stayed down, wasn't nothing back then. I just had fun with the pen, watch niggas fumble within. Wasn't my business, got no money with them. Cut niggas off, still got love for my kin. Still want you niggas to eat, still you my brother, my friend. I only want no revenge. My energy spins on spins, and how to get more money again. See, I own the company, bro, my roles is different. Feeding future generations, my goals is different. Yeah, for when I'm not here, these are the facts for my kids. It's the reference how they got here. I learned early, life is not fair, and once you stop trying to figure it out, things get a lot clearer. On the top tier.
Extra, read all about it. All that money he talk, he's all about it. Got more dough, need more accountants. Bunnies want snow, let them ski off the mountain. Youngin' had the water, I would G off and housing. Do like 20 bundles, got the beats off, I'm bouncing. Guess that means I'm bouncing, by any means I'm Ralphing. 12 skinnies in my briefs under my trousers. King popping ace in the club, front the bouncers. Little homie with me, hoodie chrome, hard throwing darts. Every farm push the start, pull up, left the doors ajar. I get it, I look the part, mind you dealing with a boss. Middle finger to the Knox lawyer, that's gonna get me off. I'm just a hood nigga, dropped the album, thought I wouldn't chart. But look at me, top 30 with ice all in my jury. Could be sitting in front of the jury and still get you buried. Money longer than train smoke or a rainbow, but what's insane, no, I'm the same low, I just change low. Like twice a day, moving with a shooter that'll take your life away, and I mean right away, so namaste. This the game and trust me, I know how to play. Bring me my champagne like Andale. Look mommy, I ain't trying to wait. In and out of state, it's something that tell you that I got exotic taste. I'm Silvio and he's by the pay.
I'm at the top of my game, and them bitch niggas pray for my downfall. Yeah. Every year I level up, different mental every time I'm around y'all. Yeah, I switch my flow, every investment tool, watch how my net improve, everything extra cool. Switch my flow, every investment tool, watch how my net improve, everything extra.
Celebrate Valentine's Day.
Everything extra cool, extra cool, extra cool. Good morning, party people in the building. It's your boy, Perfect Timing Podcast. It's the Perfect Timing Podcast. I'm coming to you live on 3 channels right now. We live on Perfect Timing Podcast. We live on the backup YouTube channel, Perfect Timing Podcast Live. You can also find me on Facebook. I know some people prefer Facebook over YouTube, so we multi-dimensional, cross platforms, and we getting it in. This morning, we back with our courtroom pump. We back with our courtroom format. That's the perfect perspective, and we going back in on this Travis Reinking trial. Today, we got closing arguments. Yeah, they did this real fast, y'all. They made us wait 3 years, but then they did the trial in 3 days. I'm going to say that again. They made us wait 3 years, but they did the trial in 3 days, everybody. They did the trial in 3 days. How y'all feel about that? But we in the building, man. We in the building. We're going to stop sharing. We're going to let everybody know that we are live and good. Good morning. We are live and good. We in the building. We are live and good. How everybody doing? So I'm going to get right into it, man. Everything extra cool. Welcome to the Cool Table 5.0 Cool Table. My name is Perfect Timing Podcast. Thank y'all for showing up. Give me the HBU special. We talk about the HBCUs. This is the HBU special. That's the hook a brother up. Not the other HBO special from that other cat. Over here on the 5.0 Cool Table, we do the HBU special. You know what I'm saying? Hook a brother up. You know what I'm saying? How you hook a brother up? That's when you come into the building. That means you hit the like, you hit the share, you hit the thumbs up. It's so important that you hit the notification bell. When you subscribe, you will not know when I go live if you do not hit that notification bell. So hook a brother up, man. Give me the HBU special, man. Hit the like, hit the share, hit the subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you know when I'm going live. Thank you so much. Welcome for coming in. We're going to get into closing arguments, but before we get into closing arguments, we got to get back to our beautiful Dr. Rena, the beautiful black psychologist. But before we get to the beautiful black psychologist, because there's something you need to understand, that there were two reports, two psychologists. One psychologist spoke to his mental health and whether or not Travis knew what he was doing was wrong. This comes down to the whole crux of the case. 4 people dead. A nude white man shoots at black women and black individuals in a Waffle House. Right? There is no racial component to the charge. But the mental health of this person has become the trial. I said yesterday that Travis is not being tried for the 4 people he murdered. What's on trial is whether or not Travis is mentally insane. But that was a given before he committed the murder. Before he committed the murder, he was on record for having schizophrenia and being mentally insane. So I don't know how masterful the defense has switched everything around to now we are trying the fact of whether or not Travis is insane, whether or not he is guilty of the murders of 4 people who were died and the 2 people who were shot when he murdered 4 people. This case has gone off the rails. Travis was already known to be insane. Travis is already on record as being a schizophrenic. That has nothing irrespective to do with the 4 murders of the black people. This has to do, shout out to the girl behind the mic. This has to do with how we value black women. This has to do with how we value ourselves as a black people, as a diaspora. Do we allow people to come into churches? Dylan Roof, she brought that up yesterday. Shout out to my brother She. 10-4 salute to my brother She. Whenever you see me doing this, that's 10-4. That's a salute. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I have my volume off. So if you see me doing this, that's 10-4 salute to my brother She, who brought up Dylan Roof. When are we going to care? When are you going to care? When is it going to matter to you? It has to matter to us. This insanity plea, this is the time when we protest. We're in the streets, we're doing Black Lives Matter protests, but where are the Black Lives Matter protests for this case? Why has a case that had nothing to do with race? Kim Porter's case, Dante Wright, to me, that was not a racial case. That case had nothing to do with race. This case actually has a racial component, a homoerotic sexual racial component, and no one's protesting. No one's protesting. The Black Lives Matter, where is Black Lives Matter on Travis? Where is Black Lives Matter on Travis Reinking? Why is Black Lives Matter okay with Travis using the insanity defense? I have a problem with that. But I want to show something. I'm listening in the building. 10-4, I'm listening, always supporting, man. That's my good brother, man. Let's get right into it. We're going to get into the doctor, but let's, we talked a lot about, yesterday we talked about the Asian hate crime bill. Shout out to my brother Kwafi Nino. We talked about the lack of a crime bill for blacks and black men after 18 months of Black Lives Matter protests, the no-knock warrants, the chokeholds. The no-knock warrants are still legal, everybody. The no-knock warrants are still legal, everybody. The chokehold is still legal, everybody. Everything that happened, the way the kneeling on the George Floyd's neck, those training policies haven't changed. All those practices are still legal. We didn't accomplish anything after 18 months. So a lot of times, people in the past 18 months during the protest, black men have gotten pulled over, or police go to arrest the black man, and the unarmed black man ends up dead. Before I go into the court case, I want to show how Travis Reinking was apprehended. He was nude. He had just murdered 4 people. He was nude. He had just murdered 4 people. Now, this is something that, because of our conditioning, fair use is in full effect. Fair use is always in full effect on this channel. Fair use FBI warning. This peanut head ass. There's some things that I don't want to say I chose this case. I'm gonna say God chose the case and God chose me. And thank you guys for watching. Some things get missed. Some things get missed, and some big things get missed. Some big green bell pepper welfare bugger nose. Some things get missed, and some big things get missed. Over the past 18 months, shout out girl behind the mic. Think about what happened to black men when they got apprehended. We did a story about a black man who got put into paralyzed in a wheelchair with 5 children for going in the car. This individual was nude and had murdered 4 people. I think he had shot up to 7 people. He had shot up to 7 people and murdered 4 people. Let's see how he was apprehended. Was he shot? I'm not hoping violence on anyone. I'm presenting the perfect perspective is about contrast. I'm presenting to you so you understand what's been happening in America, so that you know how to. Yesterday we talked a lot, and you know what was in the back of my head, but I didn't get to articulate it. Powernomics, political power, how to use your vote locally, because they've told you and they've tainted the voting process. So you don't vote locally. You don't vote for judges. You don't vote for district attorneys. You don't vote for councilmen. You don't vote for school board. You got to vote. You got to use your voice. He was apprehended without any problem. But my son has to be shot before he's put in cuffs. Dante Wright had to be dead before he was arrested and pulled from the car. I'm going to say that again. Dante Wright had to be dead before he was put in cuffs and removed from the vehicle. But Travis had murdered 4 people. Let's see. Let's see how he was apprehended before we go. And we're going to get into it. I'm not going to hold you long. I'm not going to keep you long this morning. Closing arguments is not going to be long, so I'm not going to keep you long this morning. Let's see how the apprehension of Travis Reinking went. Keep in mind how black men have been murdered unarmed for less.
Suspect in that deadly Waffle House shooting is finally in custody, captured after a day and a half on the run. ABC's Ariel Reshef is there.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So yesterday we saw video footage of the hero disarming Travis, throwing the rifle, Travis running away from the restaurant nude. But Travis was able to elude police for a day and a half, butt naked, after murdering 4 people? How many? I didn't know that. This case is, and it happened in 2018, and we just now are going to trial?
There in Nashville, and Ariel, he was armed when police finally caught him.
Wait a minute. Well, this is a live reaction show. I have not seen this video. I'm reacting to this video live with you. Perfect Timing Podcast, live reaction show. Travis was on the run for 2 days and he had a gun when he found him. Where did he get clothes? Where did he get another gun? When he was disarmed by the hero in the Waffle House, he was nude and had no weapon. How did he elude police for 2 days? Where did he get clothes? Where did he get another gun?
That's right, Michael. That suspect was caught with one of 4 guns authorities knew he owned. It was a dramatic end to a...
He owned 4 guns. SoundCloud, girl behind the mic, we talked about this yesterday. He owned 4 guns. The police knew After going to the White House, after being schizophrenic, after losing his gun rights, he owned 4 guns. He owned 4 guns. A schizophrenic, crazy white man owned 4 guns. He had did so much crime. It was like they were wanting him to kill us. They were begging him, come on, it's a murderer on the loose. He owned 4 guns. How did he get to more guns being new after he killed 4 people and they knew he had 4 guns? The police should be held accountable for this.
Desperate 2-day search, that takedown happening less than 1 mile from this Waffle House, the scene of that deadly rampage. A towering quadruple murder suspect shuffled into jail, captured after a 36-hour manhunt that terrorized a community. A tip from a citizen leading to the arrest. 29-year-old Travis Reinking cornered by a swarm of officers, cuffed in the woods behind his own apartment complex.
Detective Williams drew down on the suspect. The suspect proned out. He told him to get on the ground. He got on the ground immediately.
Reinking, seen here in this video feed from court, charged with 4 counts of criminal homicide.
Do you have any question about your charges or your bond?
"32 shots fired in Breonna Taylor. 32 shots fired in Breonna Taylor's house. 32 shots fired, and they didn't even see who they were shooting at. 32 shots fired into Breonna Taylor's house. Not 1 shot fired. There, you have to listen to what's not being said. That's why you have the perfect perspective. You have to listen to what's not being said. Not 1 shot fired. He was found in the woods behind his apartment. Police allowed him to go back home. He was allowed to go back home. They knew where he was the whole time. Not 1 shot fired. He was found in the woods with the gun. That means he was in cover. It was dangerous. He could have killed somebody. He was laying and waiting again and they knew he had killed 4 people, but they did not shoot. After the knowledge, they knew he killed 4 people. He's been on the run for 2 days. They know he has a gun. They found him with a gun. Not 1 shot fired. 32 shots at Breonna Taylor is dead. Nobody is being charged with Breonna Taylor's murder. I'm going to show you that case. That case is the next case we're going to do. No one's being charged with Breonna Taylor's murder. 32 shots fired. Not 1 shot fired when they apprehended him. Am I the only one that gives a fuck? Am I the only one that sees this? I don't know if you give a fuck because I don't see your comments. I don't see your donation. I don't see the Cash Apps. Do I have to say Cash App? Do I have to say donate? Do I have to say support? The Cash App is in the ticker. My Patreon is in the ticker. You can join the Patreon. You can Cash App. Big $ Big D Ranch. That's my Cash App. My Patreon is in the ticker.
No, I don't.
Police say he was found with a backpack and a semi-automatic handgun with ammunition.
When he was caught, he did have a maroon shirt, dark jeans, and a black backpack with, again, a silver Kimbrough semi-automatic weapon.
Reinking had been on the run since the Sunday morning massacre at this Waffle House just outside Nashville. Police say he showed up wearing nothing but a green jacket, opening fire with this AR-15, killing 4 people before being tackled by patron James Shaw Jr. as he attempted to reload his rifle, then taking off. Grief and anguish for those lost. 23-year-old Aquila Da Silva, an aspiring rap artist. 21-year-old DeEbony Groves, a Dean's List Belmont University senior studying social work. 29-year-old Teron Sunderland, a longtime employee of Waffle House. 20-year-old Joe Perez's mother saying his family is shattered, asking for prayers. And today we know that 2 of the victims remain in the hospital in stable condition. Reinking is being held on a $2 million bond in a maximum security jail. Michael?
And Aaron, we're hearing that the shooter's father could also face charges.
That's right, Michael. We know that in 2017, Reinking's guns were seized after he was arrested by the Secret Service. Those guns later transferred to his father. He allegedly then gave them back to his son. Authorities now looking into the actions of Reinking's father. Michael?
All right, Ariel, thank you so much for that report.
That last piece was so important. We talked about that yesterday, and we weren't clear about it because they talk about some of the things that transpire as like Russell Crowe fantasies in Travis's head. So I couldn't discern whether or not he actually had got arrested at the White House. So now we have confirmed. Listen to what I'm saying to you, everybody. He was apprehended without a gunshot ever being fired. Travis was arrested at the White House. He was not beaten or shot. He illegally broke into the White House. Think about what I'm saying to you. This is not supposed to be possible. You're not supposed to be able to do this. He broke into the White House. He was caught on White House grounds. You just heard this guy say he was arrested by the Secret Service. He was arrested by the Secret Service. The Secret Service then removed his guns, his ability to have guns. His father gave the guns back. This would never happen to a black male. I could never break into the White House and see the light of day again. If me or Mark Nash break into the White House, we're going to prison for the rest of our life. He illegally, that's domestic, the capital T. We can't say the word because YouTube won't let me say it. YouTube won't let me say it. That's domestic with a capital T. That's domestic with a capital T. He broke in the White House. He was arrested by the Secret Service. He had guns. How does he live? How does he get free? But he was freed, and they gave the guns. Listen to the story. You got to listen to what's not being said. They gave the guns back to his dad. Not the police, not the FBI, the Secret Service. Secret like 007. The Secret Service gave this crazy motherfucker's guns to his father. His father gave this crazy motherfucker the guns back after he broke in the White House. Perfect. Why are you doing the story? Perfect. Why you be so animated? Perfect. What's the big deal? He was apprehended without one shot, Breonna Taylor, 32 times. He was allowed to break in the White House and get his guns back. T.I. can't have no gun. He was allowed to break in the White House and get his guns back. How does T.I. protect this $10 million house, his beautiful wife and kids? This crazy motherfucker, they gave the guns to his father. If his father was responsible, his son wouldn't have broken the White House. All right, I can do that. I can do that for a long time. I won't keep you, God, because I'm preachy. I'm long-winded. Y'all could just tell me in the chat. I'm preachy. I'm long. I could do that for a long time. So I know I'm long-winded. Shout out to Mark Nash, man. Thank you for sharing the video. Ken seeing red in the building. 2018, Mark, he just now going to trial. My wife said he must have a great lawyer. What's odd about the case, we're going to go into closing arguments, but I'm going to play yesterday a beautiful sister who's a doctor, a psychologist testified. So we're going to go to that sister today, and we're going to hear from this beautiful sister who's going to testify. She's young, a young, brilliant doctor, psychologist, and she's also a forensic scientist. We got to see stuff like this. My daughter needs to see this. Black women needs to see this. Beautiful young Black woman, beautiful young sister, a doctor, psychologist, forensic scientist, and she handles herself like a boss on that stand. So we're going to show to her because I want to highlight her. I want to highlight Black women. We do so much hating on Black women, but if you want a Black woman, why don't you show an example of the Black woman that you want? Why always complain about the Black woman that you don't want when we see a Black woman doing and exhibiting the qualities that we want? Let's highlight her. So we're going to emphasize this sister, how gorgeous she is, how intelligent she is, her station, how she carried herself on the stand. So I'm going to go back to this Dr. Rena, psychologist, and show how she handles these lawyers. I want you to see, I want my daughter to see. I want because I got a lot of Black women who come in my chat now. I want them to see an example because you hear so much about what you not. I want you to see what you are. from somebody like that look like me who love you. I want you to see what you are. I want to show this sister. This sister, man, she did her thing on the. She did her thing, and it's not only the fact. It's not only the fact that she did her thing, but her testimony. Her testimony is integral. Her testimony is paramount. So it's not just the fact that she did a good job, that she's a doctor, that this is someone that we could hold up to our daughters. Her testimony is paramount in the case. So it's important that I talk to you a lot about, my name is Perfect, right? So we talk about apprentice, because I want my son to know what it means to be an apprentice, because people think perfect is something that you cannot be. Well, to become an electrician, you have to become perfect. You have to become a professional. To become a mechanic, you have to be perfect. You have to become a professional. See, to become a mechanic, you have to become an apprentice, a plumber, an apprentice, an electrician, an apprentice, right? And like I said the other day, Mark, you doing real good on YouTube, right? I had Mercedes. I had a lot of luxury cars in my life. I had Mercedes, different cars, right? Let's say Mark is going to do well. Mark is going to be at 1 million subscribers. Mark is going to buy his wife a Mercedes or a Benz if she don't got one already. So you buy your wife that Mercedes. You know where you take your Mercedes? You know what my uncle told me? Because my uncle had Mercedes Benz, right? You take your Mercedes to a master mechanic. I didn't take my Mercedes just anybody who was a mechanic. I took my Mercedes to a master mechanic who specialized in European automobiles. He was an expert. He was a professional. He was a perfect. Expert is akin to perfection. He had apprentice for 7 years and then worked 7 more years and then with more years specifically on Mercedes. You have to pay him a special kind of money to get him to work on your car, but I love my Mercedes. So I didn't want to take it to a regular mechanic. I took my Mercedes to a master mechanic. When you buy a home, and you hire a plumber, if you own that home and you value your home, you know what you want? You want a master plumber. What is a master plumber? A plumber who has been through an apprenticeship and has become an expert. Perfect. Expert. Perfect. Perfection. Apprenticeship. That's what I want my son to hear. That's what I want my daughter to hear. When I talk about this doctor, when we talk about her psychology, when we talk about her being a forensic scientist, when we talk about my name being perfect, it's because I've been through an apprenticeship. When we talk about my spirituality, when we talk about God molding you into this thing. Mark Nash said, audio engineer. I was an apprentice and an intern first. I was an apprentice and an intern first. Now Mark is at thousands of subscribers on his way. Cannot be stopped because the knowledge that he has is intrinsic. He brings an intrinsic value. You can't take, I said the other day when I was on the channel talking about black women need to give people peace. Black men can't be happy because black women don't give black men peace. I said, peace is not external. The black woman has nothing to do with your peace. Your peace, your joy is not external. Remember grandma, rest in peace. Remember grandma would say, you can't take my joy. Remember on Sunday morning, grandma would say, you can't take my joy. Because for grandmother, her joy was not external. Remember those Bible songs, you can't take it from me because you didn't give it. It's not external. You can't make me upset. You can't make me sad. It's not external. Your peace comes from inside. Your joy comes from inside.
And what courts have you been qualified in as an expert? Davidson County Court, I think this court exactly, Shelby County, the court in Franklin County have a mental illness. Then
when the court asks you, as in this case, to render an opinion about whether someone could appreciate wrongfulness or whether they suffer from a severe mental illness, what steps do you take?
Well, the first step is determine if they actually have a mental illness. So a lot of that is going to come from records, and maybe they had treatment records or different interactions with the police, whatever is available that has an indication that they might have a mental illness prior to the crime occurring. Sometimes that might involve talking to family members or close friends, things of that nature. After we establish that a person does have a mental illness, then we get into the details of the crime that occurred. So we ask them about what they were thinking, what happened. We do some psychological testing as well. I left that part out to kind of indicate what their thinking is like, if they have a mental illness, what their intelligence level is sometimes. And then we look at other available records to kind of figure out what happened at the time of the crime. So that might involve police reports, investigative reports, things of that nature.
All right. And do you look at videos sometimes if they're available?
Yes, if they're available.
And you talked about meeting with someone you're evaluating. When you do that at MTMHI, are they, during the evaluation, are they inpatient?
Yes. When they're court ordered for an evaluation, they come to us for 30 days, up to 30 days. So usually around the 30-day mark. But by the time the 30th day ends, we have to send them back. But they're with us. They stay with us the whole time. And our staff will keep an eye on them the whole time and write notes about what's going on with them while they were there 24 hours a day.
And was that the case with Mr. Reinking? During the evaluation, was he being held there inpatient?
Yes.
Likewise, with your engagement with Mr. Reinking, was that pursuant to a court order?
Yes.
So you've never been hired by either side to come in and give an opinion in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
So do you recall when it was when you were asked to provide an opinion about Mr. Reinking?
I don't recall when I got the court order. I know he first arrived to our facility on July 12th, 2018.
Okay. And at that point in time, did you have any collateral source documents or information when you first got there?
Yes.
Okay. And what information did you have in reference to Mr. Reinking at that time?
I had affidavits, some records from the mental health cooperative, records from his mental health records from jail. I had the Metro Police Investigative Supplement Report. I believe at that time I also had the police reports that he had when he was in Illinois from contacts with the police, an arrest warrant from the District of Columbia when he was trespassing on White House grounds. His attorney at the time also provided me some notes about his meetings with Mr. Reinking. His attorney at the time was Jonathan Wing. I also, I believe, had some letters that Mr. Reinking had wrote to the court. Those are dated May 9th, 2018 and May 10th, 2018. Yeah, that's all I had at the time.
And with those things, in this instance, did you review those before you started interacting with Mr. Reinking, or is that something you would do during?
That's typically something I review right before if I have time. So typically I would do that before.
All right. And so now, just to be clear, that's what you had initially, but at different points during your evaluation, did you receive additional information?
Yes.
And what was that additional information?
I received video surveillance of the shooting at the Waffle House. I also received, right before he left, I received journal entries from his personal journal prior to the shooting. And then recently I received more journal entries. Apparently there was a lack, something happened with communication, because I received an email during the evaluation. All of the journal entries our staff at the hospital did, but somehow I only got part of them. So those were resent to me, and I reviewed all of those recently within the last 3 weeks. And I also received YouTube videos that Mr. Reinking created prior to the shooting. I received those earlier this week.
And in relation to the videos, did you receive some YouTube videos back at the time?
Yes.
And so do you remember approximately how many?
I believe there were 3.
Okay. And then as it related to the ones you said you just recently received, about how many were those?
I did not count. There were a lot. It was over 20. I would say between 20 and 30.
Okay. So describe for the jury how these interactions with Mr. Reinking would go when you start meeting with him. Like, how are they set up logistically?
Logistically. So I met with him at least 2 times a week by myself. So me and him would sit in a room that we have on the unit and talk mostly about what happened around the time of the crime and some about his history. We also once a week meet with him as a group. All of our clinical staff meet with him as a treatment team. So that's in a bigger conference room. We all sit down. So that includes me, the psychiatrist that we had at the time. One nurse always sits in, his social worker, and our treatment team coordinator. So we would do that once a week as well and talk about his treatment while he was there, his treatment goals, and any concerns that he had.
The meetings that you had with Mr. Reinking, where it was just you and Mr. Reinking, how many of those were there?
What has a woman's uterus got to do with your prostate? Researchers have now uncovered a strange connection between these two organs.
I know I met with him at least 2 times a week. So that would be at least 8, but I'm not sure how many exactly.
Okay. And how long would those meetings typically last?
With him, it would typically last at least 45 minutes. Some of them were more than that. Some of them were an hour, hour and a half.
Okay. And the meetings that you said with the team, the treatment team, how many of those do you recall happening?
We are required to do it once a week, so that would be 4.
Okay. So, did you come to a point after conducting those meetings and reviewing all that information where you formed an opinion as to whether or not Mr. Reinking suffers from a severe mental illness?
Yes.
What was that opinion?
That he suffered from schizophrenia.
Okay. And what was that opinion based upon?
So that was based upon his presentation while he was there, his behavior while he was with us, also reviewing his records as well. So he had multiple symptoms of schizophrenia, more than what's required to meet the diagnosis. He had delusions. So that means that he believed things that weren't actually true. He had hallucinations, so he was hearing and seeing things that weren't really there. He also had some disorganized thoughts, so his thoughts were scattered or confused, not really focused. There was some odd behavior. He also had what we call inappropriate affect, which is when the facial expression does not match what a person's talking about. He also had some unpredictable agitation, and he believed that he was getting special messages from random things in the environment. So things like TV shows that he would see, movies, videos he watched online, certain words people were saying around him, certain street signs he saw when he was in the community. If a certain car passed by him, he would see these random things and think that it had special significance just for him or special meanings just for him.
Now, do you recall specifically going back, and let's break this down, going back to the delusions. Mm-hmm. What were the delusions?
He had many delusions, quite a few, and there was a progression that we could see over time, starting in 2015. There was a lot of detail in that from his journal entries and his YouTube videos. In 2015, he was reporting in his YouTube videos about having alien encounters. That is a delusion that was very consistent up until it continued while he was with us, that he was communicating with aliens, that he was helping them with the war they were fighting with another alien species. He also started believing in 2015 that Taylor Swift was stalking him. He thought she was his girlfriend, leaving him hidden messages, leaving him clues about where to find him. He believed that some of these messages were her trying to convince him that he was homosexual and that he was a woman. He would collect these different clues that he thought she was leaving and try to find her in various places in the community. One of those times that he did that, he asked his parents for help. And so his parents were driving him around town looking for Taylor Swift, and they eventually contacted the authorities and got help in getting him psychiatrically hospitalized. So he was admitted to a psychiatric hospital in 2016. Those records indicate that he had delusions while he was there. In 2017, on June 16th, a police report shows that he showed up at work and was wearing a pink dress and holding a rifle. He yelled obscenities at his coworkers and then left. Later that day, the police were called again because he showed up at a public pool wearing a pink dress.
So yesterday when we heard this, I couldn't believe I'm hearing what I'm hearing. I couldn't discern whether or not this was fantasy or this was real. Did Travis dream these things or did this really happen? I think because I'm a black man, when I hear this, I gotta think it's a dream. To me, it had to be a dream that he got arrested in a pink dress with a rifle, but somehow an hour later, he got arrested again in a pink dress around some kids. And this same individual who got arrested in a pink dress with a rifle, then got arrested by Secret Service in the White House, got his guns taken away, but then they gave the guns back to the father after he got arrested in a pink dress with a rifle. After he broke into the White House, they gave the guns back to the father. The father gave the guns back to the son. Is this a dream? I need help in the chat. Please, I need y'all to go research. This is beautiful Dr. Rena. She is saying that he got arrested twice in one day in this pink dress with a gun. But yet and still, he was able to be butt naked in that parking lot and kill 4 black people. Young black people never gonna see their future. I can't get there. I need help. I need help from the perfect man and the perfect women. I can't get there. This case is fucking with me today. I can't get there. I can't get there. Y'all help me out. I can't get there. How is this? This cannot, it has to be fantasy. This got to be the Matrix. It's got to be Russell Crowe. He did not get arrested in a pink dress with a rifle and then arrested again later. He did not break into the White House and then get the guns back. And then the same person killed 4 of my brothers and sisters. That's not what happened. You cannot tell me and then him be allowed to use insanity as a defense. This is not what's happening. This can't be right. This can't be life. You guys help me out in the chat. Help me out, please. This is not real, right? This is not real.
And took it off in the pool wearing only his underwear. And he argued with the lifeguards and yelled at them that he was a man and showed them his genitals. His delusions, 2 days later, he reported in his journal that someone broke into his apartment. That was the first mention I saw of him, saying that he felt like he was in danger, that someone was breaking in. He said that when they did break in, he was drugged and sexually assaulted. And he reported the belief that the whole community was involved in this. In July 2017, he was arrested on White House grounds. And he told the security guard he wanted to talk to the president. The next month, he reported in.
He's arrested on White House grounds. He is arrested on White House grounds, and he told the security guard he wants to talk to the president. Blood, remember how mama would say they're going to put you under the jail? Anybody put a 1 in the chat if your mama ever said to you or your grandmother ever said to you, if you keep doing that shit, boy, they're going to put you under the jail. They arrested him on the White House lawn, illegally breaking into the White House. And then he tells the security guard with a gun, I want to talk. I can't even repeat. If me saying this, don't nobody even come on the panel. Because if you come on the panel and we have a talk about this, we could get in trouble just talking about what the fuck he did. We could go to jail talking about what he did. And they let him go and they gave his guns back. He said, he didn't just break into the White House. He told the security guard, I want to talk to I'm not going to even repeat it. That's what he did. That's what he said. And he got to go home. Everybody listening, he went home that day. He went home. He didn't go to jail that day. There's no charges from that White House thing, you guys. He didn't go to jail. January 6th, they're trying to send the people to jail forever. He went home. He went home. He went home. Why would we go to jail for talking about it? I'm just curious, asking for a friend. And Mark said, I'm just curious. Perfect. I don't want to have that conversation with you. Perfect. I don't want to discuss this topic with you. I'm asking for a friend of mine would like to know. I don't want to know. Me, Mark, the black, I don't want to know. A friend of mine would like to have that conversation with you. I don't want to talk about this time. Let's talk about baseball. Kill game talk baseball. Hey, is the 49ers, the 49ers, is the Bengals, right? Green Bay? I don't know. But we ain't talking about this and expect to go home that day. Blood, they would leave you in an interrogation room for 16 hours. Remember the brother in New York? Remember the brother in New York? You go home. He went home the same day. He went home the same. They would have to find out who your father is, who your grandfather is. Why are you asking this question? Have you ever gone out of the country? What books have you read? He went home the same day. Hey, they would be saying, do you know Farrakhan? Are you a Muslim? Do you believe in Malcolm X? Do you like Nipsey Hussle? Oh, put this nigga in the brig. Don't arrest him. You don't collect $200. Don't. What? Come on, man. You got
in a video that someone broke into his apartment again and went through his computer. In November 2017, he reported in his journal he's being followed online and in person by a large group of people. So he made his first mention of the Waffle House in a journal entry in November 26, 2017. He said a woman said something to him that was similar to what he said out loud in his apartment by himself. In December 2017, he wrote some concerning things in his journals. He said that he'd still been communicating with aliens with telepathy, as well as multiple famous women. He reported that the aliens told him he was special and would unite all of the species in the universe. And then he also reported that the government was making attempts to kill him. And so there was this progression of him feeling like he was in more danger. He said that there were attempts made to kill him every day. He said they were poisoning him, trying to shoot at him, but the aliens were stopping it every time. And he reported concern that the aliens might not be able to stop them every time like they had been. In December 6, 2017, he said in his journal that a waitress at the Waffle House was in the Secret Service and was giving him clues about Taylor Swift. 2 days later, he reported that all of the people at the Waffle House were either in the CIA or the FBI, and that they poisoned his steak. On December 13th, 2017, he reported that a man at the Waffle House had a gun and wanted to shoot him, and then another one was the mayor. And then one of his last journal entries, he reported that someone broke into his apartment again, and that was in January 2018.
When someone with schizophrenia suffers these delusions, do they believe them wholeheartedly?
Yes.
And specifically, what's the definition of delusion?
Believing something that is not true against available evidence.
In the context of schizophrenia, is it something that even if a person is shown contrary proof, that they still wholeheartedly believe their delusion?
Yes.
And you made one statement about Mr. Reinking. You started out talking about some of his delusions, and you said it continued even when he was with us.
Yes.
So to be clear, does that mean when he was during his evaluations?
Yes.
Are these things that you witnessed yourself?
Yes.
Were they witnessed also by other individuals on the treatment team or at NTMHI?
Yes.
And at one point, was he ever witnessed by someone talking to the TV?
I don't recall that.
If you remember, if you would refresh your recollection, look in page 11 of your report.
Celebrate Valentine's Day for less with Kohl's. Get 65% off jewelry, 25%
block quote at the top.
Yes. Yes, one of our staff reported that he was talking to the TV and he changed his voice multiple times and seemed to be talking about the shooting as though he was someone else. And he was saying things like, "Why did you make me do it? And I didn't want to do it."
So, fair to say, these delusions progressed and were present even through your treatment of him, or evaluation of him rather, at NTMHI.
Yes.
So, and we'll come back to the delusions in a moment, but let's talk about hallucinations.
Mm-hmm.
You know, What indications or evidence were there of him suffering hallucinations?
There were multiple times while he was at our hospital that he would talk out loud in his bedroom when no one else was around, as if he was having conversations. And he told us at one point that he had conferences with the aliens about different things that needed to happen. That's the only one I can recall. That's the only thing I can recall while he was at our hospital.
All right. What about prior to, like looking at the information that you reviewed?
Yeah, prior to, he reported hearing the voice of aliens in his journals. He reported communicating with them, having conversations with them. He reported hearing the voice of different female celebrities. He reported seeing someone he referred to as his wife, that he believed he was married to some kind of supernatural being that was a shapeshifter. And so he reported seeing her at one point, and she looked like Maleficent. That's all I can recall.
Okay. And you mentioned disorganized thoughts. Were there any particular ones that stood out to you that you were able to either observe or review from the materials?
Yeah, when he was at MTMHI, when he was talking, he tended to kind of jump around and lose focus when he was talking from topic to topic. I can't remember any particular thought. It was pretty consistent that he communicated in that way.
Okay. So, and going back to the delusions, were you able to talk to Mr. Reinking about his actions on the evening of April 22nd, 2018?
Yes.
And based on what you reviewed, what was his thinking on that evening? What happened on that evening?
His thinking was that he was in danger. He believed he had been stalked and harassed, and multiple attempts were made to kill him. He believed that it was this unknown entity that was kind of out to get him. He thought he had been drugged, sexually assaulted, his apartment broken into multiple times, like I said, attempts on his life. So he believed that he was acting in self-defense.
And was there any event that happened earlier that evening that you recall him mentioning or writing about from what you reviewed that triggered those fears to escalate?
Yes. He reported that his apartment was broken into that day.
Okay. And what caused him to go when he did?
He reported that he got a message from God telling him to carry out the shooting.
And do you recall how he said he received the message?
He said it was just kind of a thought that was put into his head. Like it was a direct kind of implant from God.
And you've been able to review the surveillance video from the Waffle House, is that correct?
Yes.
And you were able to note from that video that what he was wearing.
Yes.
Based on what information you have about that night for Mr. Reinking, was there any significance to him as to why he was dressed the way he was?
Yes, he said that God told him to wear that particular jacket, and he reported embarrassment of going out in public wearing it. But he said that's the direction that he got from God.
And you said something about Mr. Reinking saying that he was acting in self-defense. Has he ever talked to you? Did he ever talk to you about why he was there, about why he felt like he had to do what he did at the Waffle House?
He reported the belief that the people at the Waffle House were involved. He said in his journal entries that they were CIA and FBI agents, and that some of the staff poisoned his food multiple times.
Okay. Did he persist in his belief while you were talking to him that he was acting in self-defense?
Yes.
You said he wrote to the court, wrote some different letters at different times while he was in your care, correct?
No, not
Or
while he was
to.
in our care, prior to.
Prior to,
yes.
sorry.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point, were you able to form an opinion as to whether or not Mr. Reinking could appreciate that his actions on the night of April 22nd, 2018 were wrong?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That he did not believe they were wrong.
Why?
He believed his life was in danger and he was acting in self-defense. And he also believed that he got the command from God to do it.
Now,
Dr. Rena, don't do it to me, Dr. Rena. Dr. Rena, no. Did y'all hear what Dr. Rena's just... Oh, God, Dr. Rena. We're going to listen. We're going to see if she clear it up. Dr. Rena just said she does not believe Travis knew that what he did was wrong. This is paramount. This is paramount. Please vote in the poll. There's 4 options in the poll. I want to ask, I want you to tell me, does it matter whether or not he was mentally insane? Mark Nash, I agree with you. It doesn't matter. He still should be incarcerated in a mental facility for the rest of his life and not be able to hurt anyone else. This doctor just said she does not believe he was aware that he did wrong, even though he called James the N-word with the hard ER. Remember, he said, this N-word disarmed me. He eluded police for 2 days. This is not a crazy person. Why didn't he turn himself in? Why didn't he kill himself? He eluded police for 2 days. He was found hiding with the gun in the woods. But Dr. Rena just said she doesn't believe that he knew what he did was wrong. This will affect the way this case plays out. Rewind. Mark said rewind. Let's rewind. I'll run it back. I'll run it back. I'll run it back. Let's run it back.
He said in his journal entries that they were CIA and FBI agents, and that some of the staff poisoned his food multiple times.
Okay. Did he persist in his belief while you were talking to him that he was acting in self-defense?
Yes.
You said he wrote to the court, wrote some different letters at different times while he was in your care, correct?
No, not
Or
while he was
to.
in our care, and he was acting in self-defense. And he also believed...
At some point, were you able to form an opinion as to whether or not Mr. Reinking could appreciate that his actions on the night of April 22nd, 2018 were wrong?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That he did not believe they were wrong.
Why?
He believed his life was in danger and he was acting in self-defense. And he also believed that he got the command from God to do it.
Now,
she just testified that she did not believe he knew what he did was wrong because he got the command from God and he believed he was acting in self-defense. A nude white man. Mark, in the video I played yesterday, he was butt naked. He was butt naked in the car. He waited for this beautiful young black girl to go in. The first gunshot, the glass blew out right by that black girl. I believe he's attracted to black women, and he was ashamed that he's attracted to black women. It wasn't a homoerotic thing. I think it was a racial thing that he was ashamed that he was attracted to black women. He waited to where it was enough black women in the restaurant that he could injure and harm a black woman. That's not being discussed. His nudity is not being discussed. He thought this out. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He had it was sexual. He knew what he was sick. He knew what he was doing was wrong. He had a desire. He wasn't about protection or self-defense. He had a desire. He had a proclivity. Help me out with the word. This is paramount to how the case will play out. Now, don't forget, 4 people are dead. 7 people were shot. He left and eluded police. Mark Nash said, people who do wrong, who know that they did wrong, try to hide. Now, I used an analogy before about making a mess and not cleaning it up, about peeing in the bed. Who in the chat peed in the bed? Little pee-pee boy. Where are my little pee-pee boys who peed in the bed? I told you that my mama whooped my ass, even though peeing in the bed was an accident. You know why I got an ass whooping? Because I hid the piss. I didn't tell my mama I peed in the bed. I didn't wash my ass, and then I hid the piss. Do you know why I didn't tell my mom? Do you know why I didn't wash up? Do you know why I hid the fact that I peed in the bed? Because I knew I was wrong. I knew I did something wrong. So I tried to cover it up so I would not get in trouble. And my mama whooped my ass, not for peeing in the bed, because she knew I was scared. We had divorce. My dad was gone. If children pee in the bed for different reasons, yo. I didn't get a whooping because I peed in the bed. I got a whooping because of what I did after I peed in the bed. Mark Nash. Facts. People who do wrong and cover it up, you cannot give them this type of excuse. My mama wouldn't give me a pass. If you just had woke up in the middle of the night and said, Mommy, I peed in the bed, she wouldn't whoop you. Somebody say, come on, somebody co-sign. If you wake up in the middle of the night, Mommy, I peed in the bed, what's going to happen? It's all good. It's all good. I'm going to get you in the bath. Mommy going to hug you, clean the bed. But if you don't do that and you cover it up, that's an ass whooping. That's an ass whooping. I think Dr. Rena got this wrong. Mark Nash said we need a rebuttal witness. I agree. Let's go back to it. Let's go back.
From watching the video and the information you reviewed, you're aware that Mr. Reinking, after he committed the acts at the Waffle House, fled.
Yes.
Does that in any way affect your opinion, the fact that he fled, affect your opinion that he could not appreciate what he was doing was wrong?
It is not. It's definitely something I took into consideration, but I still came to the conclusion that I did.
And from Mr. Reinking's perspective, why run?
He reported the belief that the police were involved in the attacks against him. So it would make sense for him to run when he heard the sirens coming. I think prior to the shooting, his behavior indicates that he wasn't very concerned about the police coming or being arrested. There was not, it did not appear to be any plan as far as making a quick getaway. He didn't have any clothes on or shoes on. He didn't have any with him. After the shooting, he left his vehicle at the scene, and then he went home and showered, is what he reported. So his behavior indicated that he wasn't concerned about them coming. He did report that he didn't believe they would care about the shooting. He didn't believe that they would respond. And that was based on his experience with the police before, when he had called the police multiple times to report that people were harassing him and stalking him, and they didn't do anything. So he reported.
That's worthy to unpack, because some of the things that this young man experienced and vocalized were actually truthful, especially for Black men. He said he was not concerned with the police apprehending him because they had never done so before. He did not fear apprehension. He went home and took a shower, much like Dylan Roof, who got a burger from the police. After murdering my grandmother, your grandmother, in a sacred Baptist church of historical value, Dylan Roof got a burger. No gunshots. They didn't touch his body. They didn't slap him. They didn't kick him. They didn't beat him. They didn't say that was wrong for killing those people in the church, for killing those grandmothers. They bought him a burger. Travis went home and took a shower. Oh, I feel good. That was good. I felt good. He went home and took a shower. Don't leave out, doctor. He had a gun, of the 4 guns that the police knew he had. Not only did he go home, he was hiding. He said he did not fear. He didn't run. He went home and took a shower, and he said, I've never been arrested for anything that I've done. I went to the White House with a gun. I went to the pool with a gun. I did all this shit. The police always let me out. Why did he think he would get in trouble this time? Why did he think he would get in trouble this time? Excellent point. On this, we read between the lines. We hear what's not being said. I'm teaching you to do active listening. You must hear what isn't. Don't listen to what's being said. Listen to what isn't being said.
With the belief that he did not think they would be concerned about that as well.
Do you struggle with bad eyesight? Ocular scientists have uncovered the hidden true cause of vision loss, and a strange
One moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Those are my questions.
Mr. Norman, do you want to go for a little bit and then take a mid-morning break, or would you just like to take it a little early so you don't get interrupted? Because it's 9:45, so either way you want to go, we'll do it.
Judge, I can do it either way. I can get started with her and take a break.
All right, we'll go ahead and get
I
started.
will probably go past the mid-morning break. So.
Pardon?
I said I will go past the mid-morning break. I don't want to inconvenience anyone.
Do y'all need a break at this point? Any other? All right, well, let's go until that end or so, if we can find a convenient place to stop.
And Judge, feel free to stop me if I keep talking past that time.
Oh, you know I will.
I know you will. I'm not worried about that part. Good morning, Dr. Eisen. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, thank you.
Okay. I want to go back through a few things. Obviously, you work at NTMHI as a psychologist. In April 2018, how long had you been there?
3 years.
3 years. Okay. And how many assessments like this one had you done before at that point?
I mean, I get 2 a week typically, so I don't know, probably at least 200.
Okay. And
Okay. Dr. Rena on Cross. I told y'all this is going to be going down. It's going to be a good one today, boy. Dr. Rena on Cross. And this lawyer is not playing. She started out with the first question like Mark Nash already asked. How long have you been there? How many have you done? Because your opinion doesn't seem to jive with the facts. I said, how long have you been there? How many have you done? Because your opinion doesn't seem to jive with the facts. Mark Nash in the building. Man, he said, how many has she done? How long has she done this job? First question, Mark Nash. First question. How long have you been doing this? And my little brother Mark, how long? We talked about apprenticeship. We talked about expertise. 3 years, bro. 3 years, bro. 7 years in apprenticeship, but then another 7 years. But that's not even just a journeyman. You have apprentice, journeyman, expert. 3 years ain't shit. 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours. Oh, man, I ain't going to give you all of that. 10,000 hours. 10,000 hours. Y'all, I ain't going to give you the rest, but you should already know the rest of the 10. If you listen to me, you should know about the 10,000 hours. My name is perfect. The Shaolin monk said the key to perfection is repetition. 10,000 hours. How many shots did Kobe shoot a day? How many shots did Magic and Bird shoot a day? When Magic found out that Bird was shooting 300, Magic said, I got to shoot 500. How many people want to play professional NBA know that Magic and Bird was shooting 300 three-pointers every day? And trying to figure out how many shots is he taking a day. Imagine going to the gym and saying, I'm going to shoot 100 three-pointers today. And when you reach your goal, you up it and say, I need to shoot 200 three-pointers every day. And then Magic Johnson finds out you're shooting 200 three-pointers every day. And Magic Johnson ups it to 300 shots. How would your arm feel? That's why they got that thing where it rebounds for you, where it gives you the ball back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Perfection is repetition. She only been doing the job 3 years, Mark. Do you think she's perfect? Let's get back to it. Shout out to Mark.
And on the forensic evaluation team, who are the people that are involved?
So with the forensic evaluation, that was conducted by me and Dr. Kovach, the other psychologist there.
And that's Dr. Ed Kovach, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how long had he been at NTMHI?
Over 20 years.
Okay. So kind of definitely your senior. Is that right?
That is correct.
And he has actually since retired from NTMHI?
Yes.
But he had been there for a very long time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And is there also a social worker that's involved?
Yes.
And in this particular case, was it Richard Selikoff?
Yes.
And that social worker, part of his responsibilities is to assist with gathering information and things like that.
Correct.
Okay. And in this particular case, Mr. Selikoff, he's the one that reached out to the district attorney's office about the journals.
Correct.
And you've referenced journals a couple times during your testimony already. And so that was, I believe it was July 30th, 2018. He had called me the week before and he requested of our office whether or not we had located a journal. Yes. So that was not something that the district attorney's office had and provided to you and said, please review this. It was the other way around.
Correct.
Which that does not always happen, correct?
Not always, no.
And so he made a specific request for journal entries, and I contacted the investigators to see if we had anything. There was no written journal, but there were some files on a hard drive that were labeled journals. And so those typed journals were provided to NTMHI.
Yes.
Correct? And there were 73 individual files, correct?
I did not count.
And you, for whatever reason, there was some snafu at NTMHI, but you only received approximately 27 of those files initially.
Yes.
And you said that you did not receive those until right before Mr. Reinking was leaving, right?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Isom, we met a few weeks ago, and you indicated that it was sometime after August 9th that you would have reviewed the 27 journal entries that you reviewed.
Yes.
Which again, I didn't send them until July 30th because I just got the request. And the 27 journal entries that you reviewed was probably, I don't know, 70 something pages of typed journal entries, but the total was closer to 300. Is that correct?
Pages?
Yes.
It was a large stack.
Okay.
I would take your word on that.
So the total amount of information that was sent, that was requested by your office, it was voluminous, correct?
Correct.
And there was a significant portion that you did not review prior to issuing your opinion in this case, correct?
The portion that I did not receive?
Well, it was sent.
Right, but
I'm not
I
sure
did
why
not
you
receive
didn't
it.
receive
I don't
it.
know why either. But yes, that portion I was not able to review because I did not have it.
Okay. So in making your opinion in this case, your October 15th, 2018 report, you're saying you did review the journal entries that you received from your office.
Correct.
And again, whatever that snafu was, but you were missing a large number of them.
Correct.
Okay. When you made your opinion October 15th, 2018, at that point you said that you had reviewed the video surveillance. Is that right?
Yes.
But when you actually met with Mr. Reinking initially, you had not reviewed the video surveillance, correct?
I do not know at what point I reviewed it. I know I didn't have it. It wasn't in the initial materials that I received.
So when did you receive the video surveillance?
I believe it was sometime during that first 30 days he was there. I believe the outpatient evaluator, Dr. Woods, I believe, sent it to me.
Okay. And so you're talking from July 12th to August 12th.
Yes.
Sometime during then.
I believe so, yes.
But you don't know exactly when you received it.
No.
Do you know if you spoke to Mr. Reinking after you received it about the incident?
I don't recall.
So it's possible that you never spoke to Mr. Reinking about the incident after you reviewed the video surveillance.
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay.
I don't see how we keep her testimony. I don't see how we keep her testimony. I don't see how we keep her testimony. Throw her testimony out. Throw her testimony out. Mark Nash is right. We need a rebuttal witness. Throw her testimony out. Man, Mark Nash, you on point, man. Mark Nash might do this format. He do boxing. You might see Mark Nash doing the courtroom. Highly intelligent girl behind the mic. Make sure you subscribe to Mark Nash. He's in my chat. Make sure you subscribe. Click on him and go to his page, subscribe. Great content creator. Great content creator. And he got girl behind the mic. He got a lot of intelligent people over there. Rebuttal witness. She did not do her job completely. She's only been there 3 years, and her boss quit. And she did not follow up and speak to him again after she got the complete reports. She doesn't have a complete picture. She's not giving a full opinion. She can only, from her knowledge, she can only give a partial opinion. I'm not making that up. That's what she said. She can only give a partial opinion. Her testimony needs to be thrown out. In my opinion, her testimony got to be thrown out. Tenfold, my brother She. Make sure you subscribe to She. We Hear She. Mike Matter. Him and Gold Professor been teaching them 9 laws of self-governance, man. That 5% knowledge, man. That's not free. That knowledge that they teaching black men and brothers is not free. Gold Professor, I would take down the videos that you've done in this past week. Create a Patreon. Take down the videos you created in this past week. Create a Patreon. Download those videos, upload them to your Patreon, and charge individuals who want that 5% knowledge. Not that you need the money, but you would put the money toward the good deeds that you do, but so that they actually have an effort and a desire to learn and grow and be made better. Correct. She reviewed journals. That's it. She didn't talk. She didn't talk to Travis. And that's what she got tripped on, though. You know you done fucked up, don't you? You know you done fucked up, don't you?
And the last time that you spoke with Mr. Reinking about the incident was on August 6th of 2018, correct? July 12th to August 12th.
Yes.
Sometime during then.
I believe so, yes.
But you don't know exactly when you received it?
No.
Do you know if you spoke to Mr. Reinking after you received it about the incident?
I don't recall.
So it's possible that you never spoke to Mr. Reinking about the incident after you reviewed the video surveillance?
Yeah, it's possible.
Okay. And the last time that you spoke with Mr. Reinking about the incident was on August 6th of 2018, correct?
I don't believe so. He had the second hospitalization on August 23rd, from August 23rd to October 15th. So I believe we spoke about it during then.
You spoke to Mr. Reinking about the shooting at the Waffle House?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, and if you did speak to him about it, you would have documented that in a report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your final report, you would document any time that you spoke with Mr. Reinking about this incident,
And the
correct?
final report, I'm not sure. It would definitely be in a progress note, though, if I talked to him about it.
Okay, and let's talk about that a little bit. So, a progress note.
Yes.
Explain what you mean by that.
Every time one of our staff, one of our clinical staff interviews him, we write a note that goes into his chart.
Okay, and so you do individual meetings with him, correct?
Correct. So sorry.
And so when you do an individual meeting, you write a progress note. It's an individual progress note of yours.
Yes.
And the other psychologists on the evaluation team, they would write an individual progress note when they meet with Mr. Reinking separately.
Correct.
And then explain that process of who's in charge of writing the final report. Is one of the psychologists chosen to be a lead?
It was collaborative. I believe Dr. Kovac wrote the history part, and then I wrote the rest.
Okay, so you're saying it was collaborative with Dr. Kovac?
Yes.
That you were not lead, nor was he lead.
Correct.
It was both of you.
Correct.
And this final report for October 15th, 2018, did you draft that report or did Dr. Kovac draft that report?
It was collaborative.
Okay, so you're saying that Dr. Kovach was actively involved in creating this report?
Yes.
And so how did that work?
I honestly don't remember that long ago.
Well, I mean, is one person typing and the other person sitting next to you telling you what to type? How does that work that you both write something together?
We both write parts and then combine them, and we both review it and make edits.
Okay. And so which parts of this report did Dr. Kovach write?
You're talking about the second report?
October 15th, 2018. That's your final report with the opinion that you are here today testifying about. Correct?
I mean, I have two final reports.
You have
but
two
yes,
final reports.
I'm testifying about them both.
Judge, may we approach just very briefly?
All right. Remember the jury, Ms. Norman preempted me. I was about ready to take a break and she took my thunder away from me. But be that as it may, it is about that time and we're going to do that. And I've got a little matter I want to address with the attorneys and stuff anyway. So just put your notebooks in your chairs and go and relax for a few minutes. Please do not discuss anything about what's transpired in this courtroom. Let's keep your thoughts to yourself. You may know.
All right. So now what we gonna do, y'all? We gonna go. This lawyer just canceled her interview. Man. Hey. I told you this gonna be a good one. That lawyer went in like the way she just decimated. Shout out to Dr. Rena, but wow, that lawyer, like women been really showing up in these court cases, man. I hope my daughter is inspired. I hope the black women watching are inspired to go further education beyond the things that they want you to be like, like nothing wrong with being a social worker, but yeah, man, forensic scientist, lawyer, psychologist, let's get it, black women, let's get it, sisters. I'm very proud of you, and this is an amazing job this morning. Now we're going to go into closing arguments, everybody. Let's go into closing arguments. Oh, that's me. That's me. That's not closing arguments. That's me. So they waited 3 years to start the case, but then they do the whole trial in 1 week. 2018, this happened. They wait 3 years to start the case. The whole trial has been on whether or not Travis is insane, when we already knew from the outset of the trial that he is already on record as a schizophrenic. He's been arrested by the police numerous times for his mental health. The trial should not have been about his mental health, but it turned out to be a question on whether or not Travis was insane when we knew he was insane from the beginning. Right now, we're going into closing arguments after 3 years, trial done in 3 days. They allowed him to use insanity as a defense. Yesterday, girl behind the mic came and joined the panel and helped me illuminate that topic, because I need you guys to understand that it's just not he's claiming insanity. He was allowed by this judge, by this courtroom, by the state of Tennessee to use insanity as a defense. We must understand the proper context of our discussion. It's not just, oh, he crazy. No, Insanity is his defense, and it will affect his sentencing and whether or not he goes to prison, a mental facility, everything that happens after this. That's why Mark Nash and Sheed asked, did he plan this perfect? The journal, he didn't even write. It was a computer log. We didn't know that yesterday. This was a computer log. He never wrote in a journal. How do we know it's real? How can that be seen as valid? We know internet gangers. We know internet gangsters. Twitter fingers. Remember Drake? Remember Drake? Twitter fingers? So come to find out, he never wrote in the journal. He had Twitter fingers. And they had to find these files in his laptop. And she didn't even have all of the files when she made her opinion. She only had 27 out of the 77. It was thousands of pages. So 3 years, we wait, and the case is over in 3 days. Closing arguments. Mark Nash in the building. Mark Nash had to step away. He came back. Mark Nash, Ken said he subscribed. Mark Nash said, but it's still funny to me. People are making diss vids about me, yet alone that, he talking about the fake J's. Let alone that a guy wearing a mask, singer costume is making diss videos about me. Mama, I made it. Oh, wow. T-Pain making a diss video about you? I know T-Pain live in Atlanta. Man, congratulations, man. When the hate don't work, they start telling lies, right? Huh? Cut them niggas off when the ball drop. When the hate don't work, they start telling lies. Mark Nash, when the hate don't work, they start telling lies. Mama, I made it. What's that? We got a troll in the chat.
That's fine. We'll just have them. Are we ready to bring out the jury? Yes, sir. Yes. All right, bring them on in.
Yes, sir.
I can't imagine that.
Whole state got it.
Hey, that's a powerful shot. Hey, that's a very powerful shot before we get started. I'm gonna do that again. Y'all see how they pan? Hey, the cameraman ain't playing. Hey, the cameraman ain't playing. That's a very powerful shot. Did you guys see that? That is a very powerful shot. All those black people in that courtroom gallery, those are the victims' families, bro. Those are the victims' families, and there is no hate crime. Those are, let's run that back. I'm gonna run it back with no volume so I can talk my shit. I'm gonna run it back with no volume because I don't want it to loop. Because I want y'all to see that. That's a hell of a shot right there. The cameraman ain't playing. Where we at? That's man. I want to run that back. I want to run that back. I want y'all to see that. There's so much going on in this courtroom. It's so much going on in this court case. I want you to see that gallery. I want you to see that gallery. I want you to see that gallery. All those black people in that courtroom. For sure, you're going to Mark Nash does the boxing, hip hop. He has games. Man, Ken, that's a good channel. I'm glad. Ken, God is good, man. I'm glad you were able. Mark Nash is a father. Now, look at this gallery. Look at this gallery. Mark Nash is a father, beautiful husband and children. He interacts with the audience really well. He has very good command of the panel. He runs a great show. It's interactive, so you'll be able to he has contests. He has giveaways. Oh, it's a great channel. You're going to enjoy. I think God has cultivated a certain culture for us that people like us that come in here, you can find other channels that are other benefits. Look at this gallery. Look at the gallery. Look at the gallery. Look at the gallery. They call that the gallery. Everybody black. Look at the gallery. Look at James, the hero. Look at the gallery. Everybody black. Those are all the victims' families, bro. Come on now. Look at the gallery. Now look at this motherfucker. All of these people are there because of him. Hold on, let's pause it. Look at this motherfucker. Evil motherfucker. Everybody there because of you motherfucker. Everybody there, and then Dr. Rena said he didn't know what he was doing was wrong. All that whole courtroom is full of black people because he went to a Waffle House full of black people and murdered black people. Those are all the victims' family members. Oh, wow, cameraman. Props to the cameraman. Props to the cameraman.
Be seated, please. Good morning, members of the jury. I heard that we went through some, I don't know, breathing exercises, meditation, and all sorts of stuff last night. We have a trainer on the staff now. Good. You're hired. You can say, we'll continue to keep you up here for future juries. And was there any birthday surprises? How did that go? Not as wild as you wanted it to get. But your age, they can get wild. I mean, mine, wild is 9 o'clock. All right, are we ready to go with proceed with closing arguments?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Members of the jury, let me make one comment or one observation before closing arguments begin. As I indicated to you previously, what the attorneys say is not evidence. You can take any notes you want on what they say in closing arguments. Just make sure that you clearly mark it as statements of counsel so you don't get it confused with the evidence in the case. All right.
Please, court. Members of the jury. I think it goes without saying that your service as jurors on this case is certainly appreciated by the state of Tennessee, I'm sure the defense attorneys, and the citizens of Davidson County. Serving on a jury is really one of the few things that, ask citizens to do. Some people live their whole lives here and never get a summons, never get to serve. Others maybe once, twice, smaller counties, perhaps any number of times. But I suspect that this will be an experience that you will not soon forget, if ever. There are a lot of Waffle Houses around, and I can't imagine that, at least for the foreseeable future, when you drive past one, see one, that this case won't come back into your mind. And I say that because I can only imagine the survivors, the families, anyone connected with this case having to live with that for the rest of their lives. Because of the actions of one man who I submit to you, the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and actually would submit beyond any doubt, is the person who committed these acts. But part of your duty is to not just accept that because he has been charged, that relieves the state of its obligation. You heard from many witnesses. I think about 29 witnesses called by the state. to prove the facts of this case, because that is our burden. And if you put up, I'm not going to dwell on that, and I do not intend to belabor any of the arguments in this case. And one thing I do want to point out, just because I am putting up a few select portions of the charge does not mean that these are more important than others. I think the judge will tell you you're to take the jury instructions as a whole. No one part is more important than another. But for the purpose of argument, which is what this is, reasonable doubt. The state has the burden of proof. That's the same in every case, be it shoplifting, burglary, first-degree murder, of proving the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And absolute certainty, this is the phrase that I would submit comes into play throughout the course of this case. Absolute certainty is not required, but moral certainty is required. And have we not heard that phrase, something being immoral? It would be an immoral act to convict someone when the proof is not there. That is sort of a basic tenet, I submit, in our lives and in human behavior. Morality, knowing right from wrong. It would be wrong to convict someone with a lesser standard than what is required by the law. And that is the point I would make with that. Hold the state, review the evidence. I submit the state has proven, and quite frankly, even in an opening statement, the defense has told you that they did not contest that Travis Reinking was the person who did this mass murder. And but for James Shaw, the death count certainly would have been higher. I may come back to that in a moment. But that's where we are in the sense of the criminal law, submit to you, is based upon reviewing facts, applying the law as the judge will give it to you, and making that determination of what's right and wrong. And I submit to you on behalf of the state of Tennessee, it would be wrong not to convict Travis Reinking of all 16 counts in this indictment. His defense is one of that he should be held blameless for his actions. But let's just see what the law is and what he did with respect to the first-degree murder. We did not talk about elements all that much. It's been mentioned many times, but as far as what the state has to prove, and I just put up the first one. Obviously, there are other counts for Torian Sonderland, Aquila Da Silva, and Yevney Groves. But this is the start. That's why it has Joe Perez. Unlawfully killed the victims. Joe, Torian, Aquila, Yevney. No legal justification, in other words. It was against the law. Intentionally. Every step that this man took was intentional. Every step. This was no accident. This was no mistake. He intended to do exactly what he did. And all along the way, there were choices. And he's the one who made those choices. The 22 or so people who were at that Waffle House had no choice. They were there, some by working, others by happenstance. Joe Perez because of a flat tire. Their choices and Mr. Reinking's choices are so at odds. They did not choose to be his victims. He chose them. That the killing was premeditated. The intent to kill formed before the act. And it doesn't have to be any specific period of time. It could be formed in an instant for that matter. But here we have proof, and you've heard, Mr. Reinking thought about this, thought about doing a similar type of acts a long time before. And even in that time when he's sitting in the truck, that's time. And when it talks about the form premeditation, capable of premeditation, even if he had been excited at the time he fired the shots when he blew Joe Perez's brains out, gunned down Torian Sonderland like he was on some hunting expedition. If he was excited, wouldn't have mattered because he planned to do it ahead of time. He had premeditated ahead of time. But you know from seeing the videos, he was not in a state of excitement. Cold, calculated killer. So has the state proven the elements of a premeditated first-degree murder? I submit, yes, beyond any reasonable doubt. Attempted first-degree murder. And again, we've been perhaps so focused or not mentioned enough, perhaps, of what serious bodily injury is. It's the same, the attempt. Did he attempt to kill Gentia Wagner, Sharita Henderson, Kayla Shaw, and James Shaw Jr.? Certainly. His intent was to kill everyone in that place and then move on. But serious bodily injury, you saw the catastrophic battle type injuries, war wounds suffered by Shantia and Sharita. Look at that. Substantial risk of death, yes. Many times you might have one or two of these. Substantial risk of death, extreme physical pain, being shot by an assault rifle with essentially exploding bullets, protracted or obvious disfigurement. They will live with that the rest of their lives. Every morning, they wake up through the day, at night before going to sleep, if they can sleep. They know they have been disfigured for life. Substantial impairment or function of a bodily member, organ, or mental facility, absolutely. When you have to learn how to not use your dominant hand and being an artist, I mean, how worse can it be short of death. Those are the counts. And he used a firearm in each and every one. The last 4 counts are the alternative counts of felony murder. That Joe Perez, Tarian Sunderland, Aquila da Silva, and D'Ebony Groves were killed during the perpetration of when he was attempting to commit first-degree murder on others. That's essentially it. It does not require, for these counts, necessary premeditation. It's a legal aspect. It's just, did he kill them while he was trying to kill someone else? Yes. And as far as Kayla Shaw and James Shaw, theirs, thankfully for them, do not include the serious bodily injury. Did they suffer bodily injury? Certainly. Certainly. And will they live with it the rest of their lives? Yes. As I submit, perhaps all of us in this courtroom and many watching remotely. You heard officers and witnesses, people who were there, I submit at times struggling to find the words to describe what they saw when they arrived at this scene and what they saw that Travis Reinking had done. Everything from war zone, horrific, the words that, how do you describe something so horrible, much less live through it? But I submit, members of the jury, the one word which ties back to moral certainty and the foundation of criminal law, this was an evil act. Evil. And who described it as that? Man in the blue shirt sitting behind me. He's the one. And what more apt description? He knew it was evil. He committed evil. And that takes us to the defense burden of insanity. And the judge will give you, again, the entire charge, all of the law that can apply to this case for you to consider. But burden of proof. State has a burden of proof, and if you, as a jury of 12, believe that the state has carried its burden, then you determine, is Travis Reinking blameless because he can meet the requirements of the insanity defense in the state of Tennessee? Submit no. Because that law has a high burden. I believe you heard the judge say that it's one of the examples is when the state is taking your child, your under 18 child, away from you, terminating your parental rights, one of the most sacred rights that we have as parents. Travis Reinking terminated the parental rights of the families of Joe Perez, Tarian Sunderland, Aquila da Silva, and D'Ebony Groves. He terminated their parental rights. It is a high standard. For you to find this man blameless, you have to be convinced, clearly convinced, clear and convincing evidence that he had a severe mental disease or defect at the time. And let's was at the time of the shooting, at the time when he's driving up there, at the time when he's making that decision. Did he? Haven't disputed that. Yes. Schizophrenia is defined as a severe mental illness. He's been diagnosed with it for some years. Chose not to do anything about it, but you get choices. We have a lot of choices coming into play in this case. But be that as it may, yes. But that's not the end all. That is not the end all to this analysis. That word and, 3 little letters that mean so much. And. That as a result, not just that he had a severe mental illness and killed people, that is no defense, but that as a result, a connection that you and you alone can make. He was not able to understand the nature of what he was doing. The nature. That's one thing, Submit, everyone agrees on. He knew he was killing people. Now he draws them as stick figures a year later. They're people. There's some question about that. He knew. He knew when he put the plan in motion to get the revenge. He was going to kill people, take something from them that could not be brought back, could not be given back, their lives. Or, so we had an and the first time. This is an or. Because we've ruled out, he knew what the nature of what he was doing. He was shooting and killing people. To understand that what he was doing was wrong. The law does not distinguish between legal and moral wrongfulness. It is enough that he knew that it was wrong in some form or another. It's legally wrong to commit murder. It's morally wrong if you do not have a justification. There are other acts that are immoral that are not crimes. Some used to be. Times change. Definitions of mental illness change. But this law is what we go by. And if there is any one thing that says he knew this was morally wrong, it's evil. What he was doing was evil. We stand back, step back, submit, and look at those choices. He says, is this really what he was supposed to be doing? Conflicted, and we can get into all of the psycho testimony about God ordering this, the aliens and things. He has schizophrenia. Apparently he has an active imagination. He has a Taylor Swift attraction. Apparently he must have to stand in line for that, from what the doctors say. That's in and of itself not that unusual, maybe the extremes, but again, that has nothing to do, submit, with did he know what he was doing when he killed these 4 innocent people, wounded others, put many lives in danger, in jeopardy. Did he knew that was wrong? Did he know that was wrong? Of course he did. He tells you that in his own words. And the judge will give you an instruction about how to go about assessing things that were told to the doctors. And we've mentioned that a little bit about the background and the information. And they say, well, he just didn't know it was wrong. For the cross-examination, General Dowdy of Dr. Wood, which seemed like most every other answer that she had was, well, it can be, it can be. Well, certainly it can be, and in this case it was, that he knew it was wrong. And yes, they are both ordered by the court. The court chooses them and contract to do it. Going to get that instruction about how you weigh expert testimony, how you decide it. And that's, again, your call. Like everything, when you go back to that deliberation room, the 12 of you who decide this case, it's your call. That's the way the system works. You decide the facts. You decide whether the carnage that he inflicted upon these people, the community, was without any legal blame to assess to him. Assessing the expert testimony. It's the thing about dealing with what somebody's thinking. Dr. Deering can show you he's an expert, cite his opinions, and just like really would anybody else. But he can show you things. He could put up, here's an x-ray showing a bullet, showing how someone's insides have been exploded by the choice of weapon and ammunition used. He can corroborate that. Same thing with the firearms examination expert, DNA, scientific testing, scientific methods. And that's not to say that there are not methods, testing available in the mental health area. Oh, but if someone refuses to take those tests, you just move on and base it on your observations, your training, your experience, and your review of the materials that you have. Which brings us to Dr. Eisen. I would posit to you that no one was happier when General Norman stopped questioning her. She was cross-examined. I submit, you saw it, you heard it. Her opinion, I submit, was destroyed by the cross-examination of General Norman. As well it should have been. Even down to the, oh no, I didn't watch the video of what happened outside. Couldn't get it to play. Couldn't get it to play. So, and then to say, oh well, no, it wouldn't change my opinion. I've made my opinion. And nothing is going to change it in spite of any and all contradictions to the basis. Punishment. And we do circle around a little at odds in its jumping, but what goes through and was going through Travis Reinking's mind was evil. Some other words I believe he used that he felt it was foreboding, sickening, unholy. It's all wrong. Wrong, 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 and he knew it. But he acted not out of, I submit, some command by God, Morgan Freeman, or because we know he'd been commanded according to him, and again, we're basing this on his telling of the events, that he was mad. He had plans to get this fancy BMW, load it up, sell his truck, go to Colorado, live the good life. Something doesn't sound so bad if your life is really not that great in the first place. And that YouTube video, if I'm talking about the toilet seat and all that sort of stuff, you know, he had furniture in that. He had, same guitar there. He wasn't living on the street. Wasn't some, person who had to sleep in the truck or under a bridge. No. He had finances, apparently. He had things, computers, to occupy himself and to give voice to his perceived slights and things that he was not having, but felt he was entitled to the extent of taking the BMW. Amazing the advances and the GPS tracking and all of the things. So fortunately, Ms. Jacobson did not try to resist any more than she did while she was being carjacked. She was a victim of a crime of violence. But she made the choice of letting go. She knew he had a tracking device and they'll get the car back. Almost got it back real quickly, except that he fled from the police, got away, and they back off, as certainly appropriate. They knew as well, we'll find it eventually. They did. Outside his apartment, where he'd taken the decal, the sticker, how much it is, and all of the things you see on new cars. He'd taken that off. Why? Submit. Knowledge of wrongfulness. Could be. Hiding the fact that it's a new car without even probably dealer tags on it, but getting ready to go. But they got it back too quickly, and that made him mad. So enacting some method of revenge. There, its car is taken back. His car is taken away from him. So what's he say? I'm going to take something from them that they can't get back. Lives. Revenge. Raging against the world is some things people do vocally. Say, I'm being mistreated, the world's against me. It's fine. Not everyone has the perfect life. I'm not sure anyone does, if you really get down to it. But we have the opportunity for that. We have choices. We have the ability, if we have sufficient intellect and abilities to make choices. There is no question but that Mr. Reinking is an intelligent person, average if not above IQ. A talented person, I submit. A crane operator. Heard Detective Summerall, which again, a lot of this coincidences, but coincidentally, he had been trained as a crane operator. And your mind can't wander if you're doing that with other people's lives at risk. I submit. Mr. Reinking was able to do that periodically, get paid for it. Did he have acts on occasion called into question whether he needed treatment? Yes, certainly. But on this occasion, at the time of the commission of these evil acts, he made the choice after reflecting upon it and weighing, submit the possibilities. This was no command delusion, no alien delusion, because if it was, he would have not, submit, had any second thoughts. He would not have had any internal discussions about it being evil, sickening. One of the instructions that you will hear is about flight. And ties into a couple of things. The reason I put it up, it's the law. Flight, voluntary withdrawal of oneself for the purpose of evading arrest or prosecution. What more clear, I submit, evidence of that was talk of every alphabet agency known to man was in on this event trying to capture Travis Reinking. He was hiding out, a leaving the scene of the difficulty, and a subsequent hiding out, evasion, or concealment. He did all that. Literally hundreds of officers, helicopters, and he was able to avoid detection for some 33 hours. That's a long time, ladies and gentlemen, when you got that much law enforcement bearing down upon you. As on the other hand, an entirely innocent person may take flight, may be explained by proof offered, which is back to the mental health experts. Oh, well, police were after him anyway. He would have already fled. But remember, one of the things he said that when he got back to his apartment, changing, putting on clothes, showering, getting ready, here's the sirens outside. The law is on the way. Time to get out of here, pack my go bag, and see if I can avoid apprehension. Gun, silver bars, the other things, water bottles. And he did for quite some time. And again, in assessing, and that's fine, thank you. In assessing all of this evidence of what he did and why he did it, so as to excuse his conduct. He says, well, everything can be explained. Oh, he surrendered, followed commands. He did not fight. He did not act like anyone who was in a psychotic episode of Smith. Yeah. And I would submit that if you think about it, the procedure he went through in the hospital, if everybody is out, if everybody's CIA, hacking, doing all these things, that would have been the time to, no, you're not going to do that to me. I complied. Or when Detective Clare goes to him to say, I need some of your bodily, cells. If you're paranoid, you're going to say, oh, sure, go ahead. I'll, swab my cheeks and be compliant. Now he's just the, how did Dr. Eisen describe him? Polite young man, ready to be released. Say choices, and I'm going to not be much longer. I'll appreciate that, but these were choices made by a grown man who was living not the best life, but he was living a life of choices. Choice of which Waffle House to go to or to go back. But he made a choice, and several choices, that he tells you that weren't direct commands from God, whatever. Well, God says, go shoot people. Well, does he mean, paintball gun? Does he mean camera? Oh, well, I have a number of items I can choose from. Actually, I don't know if you want to cut that off. It's a little. Okay, thank you. What did he choose? His bolt action, small game rifle, the plinking gun, the 22, holds 5 or 6 rounds in its little magazine with the scope. Yeah. Or even the deer rifle, the 30-06 with the scope. Whether you want to characterize it as sniper rifle, use at a concert or whatever, but yeah, the hunting rifle, the deer rifle, the pistol, no. Maybe not that good a shot, but save that for another day. No, he chose a human hunting weapon, semi-automatic assault style rifle, loaded with a magazine containing 30 of these. 30. Exploding bullets, human killing bullets. Each one of these, I submit, ladies and gentlemen, could represent another dead human being, but for James Shaw Jr. He saw an opportunity and he took it, while this man was out of ammunition from the first. In that moment where the magazine has to be taken out and he's in his jacket with the two other magazines, what choice, what a great choice that James Shaw Jr. made to fight him, to take the rifle away, to be burned. And these went unused. Lives saved. That was a choice. Travis Reinking did not get to continue his carnage of shooting and shooting, not just three, not just that for some reason that sign. He wasn't going to stop until he was stopped. Submit, we all have choices between right and wrong, good or evil, moral or immoral. And I submit the proof in this case is that Travis Reinking committed these crimes, is guilty of these crimes, and he has not in any way, shape, form, or fashion presented any clear and convincing evidence to the contrary. Both sides have a burden of proof. You'll hold the state to its, I know. And if you hold the defense to theirs, based upon what you heard from Dr. Wood, Dr. Eisen, and the evidence they presented, this man committed murder. He is guilty as charged. He is not legally blameless for these actions that destroyed so many lives. Thank you.
The prosecution rests.
Good morning.
Now it's time for the defense.
Mr. Moore used the term blameless.
Let's go.
4 times by my count. He said that our defense is that we're asking you to hold Mr. Reinking blameless. That's not our defense. Our defense is that we ask you to hold him not guilty by reason of insanity. We have not disputed what he did, not in jury selection, not in opening statement, not in this trial. We never did say that he wasn't responsible for the deaths and the injuries and what happened at Waffle House. Our defense is that he was legally insane at the time and therefore is not guilty by reason of insanity. We live in the state of Tennessee. It's a good and decent state. And in a good and decent state, in this state, the legislature has put in place laws that allow for individuals who are severely mentally ill and as a result of that, commit acts and without the understanding that the acts that they're committing are wrong, the legislature has put in place a procedure for those people, for these mentally ill people. And that's because people that are this severely mentally ill that can't understand the wrongfulness of their actions do not belong in a prison. Now, you were told that you can't consider, if you find him not guilty by reason of insanity, what's going to happen to him. You can't factor that in. But you've also been told, and it's in the jury instructions, that you know he will be detained if you find him not guilty by reason of insanity. He does not walk out of this courtroom. He is automatically detained, and there will be other medical and legal proceedings. So the defense is not hold him blameless. The defense is to find him not guilty by reason of insanity. On April the 22nd of 2018, there's really no dispute that Travis Reinking was suffering from schizophrenia. He was having delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thoughts. He acted on what he believed to be a command from God to go to the Waffle House and shoot 3 people, and that he was doing so in self-defense because of the harassment and stalking and hacking and everything that was happening to him. Now that sounds totally crazy. And that's because it is crazy. But none of us are schizophrenics. We can't possibly understand the suffering that he was going through or understand what was going on in his mind. That's why we brought experts in here to explain it. Now we know that Mr. Reinking has been suffering from schizophrenia for years. How do you know that? Well, we brought in information to you through the experts and the things that they had reviewed. Dr. Eisen talked about how he was having delusions back in 2015 of alien encounters, communicating with aliens, helping aliens fight a war. In May of 2016, Mr. Reinking thought that Taylor Swift had come to his little town of Morton, Illinois, and was there to harass him. And he went out looking for her with his mother, looking for Taylor Swift in Morton, Illinois. He obviously, something was wrong, so the ERS was called and they responded, and then he ended up being hospitalized because of these delusions and this schizophrenia. He was released. Eventually, he goes to Colorado, and in March of 2017, when he's in Colorado, he's having these same delusions, and he reaches out for help to law enforcement by calling 911. And you heard Dr. Wood tell you about that, how he was saying that he's continuing to be stalked by Taylor Swift and stalked on the internet, and that he thinks that the police are actually involved out to get him. You heard there was a reference on the cross-examination of Eisen about in May 17, when Mr. Reinking was writing this journal, and referred to as a book, I think is what we refer to. And you heard how he said he was questioning his own sanity and wondering himself, is he crazy with all of these delusions? A month later, in June 2017, my understanding is coming out where he lives and is going to work, something along those lines, and had a pink robe or pink dress on, talking about whether or not he's a man. And then the same day, he goes to the community swimming pool in this same pink robe, pink dress with his underwear on, makes all these statements, jumps in the pool, gets out and exposes himself. This man's not in his right mind. The next month, on July the 7th, he is suffering so bad from this schizophrenia that he says, I've tried to call law enforcement. I've tried to reach out. I'm going to go see the President of the United States and tell him myself, I need help. And he sees nothing wrong with going literally to Washington, D.C. to walk on the White House grounds, to try to go into the White House to talk to the President of the United States about helping him. You saw and you heard that roughly the fall, August, September of 2017, that he started making these videos, these YouTube videos. And in these YouTube videos, you heard them described, I think there was 30 of them, and that there's over and over and over, he's angry, he's scared, there's all these issues. We played you one of them to get a flavor of what's on there. You could see the madness. He eventually moves to Nashville in roughly February of 2018. Still having these intense delusions, these intense hallucinations, this paranoia. They're out to get him. They're out to hurt him. He believes people, while he's not there, are breaking into his apartment, messing with his computer, taking his passwords, hacking the internet. He's not in the real world in his mind. Only 5 days before the Waffle House incident, he goes to the BMW dealership. I don't have to walk you through what happened there. But the most interesting, perhaps the most significant part of that whole incident is when the salesperson said, I was with him for about 5 minutes outside the car, with him about 8 or 9 minutes. And after he took the car, I went inside, and the other people inside said, was he on drugs? Was he on alcohol? And it hit her. She remembered, I've had a friend suffering from schizophrenia for 7 years. And the interaction she had with Mr. Reinking, her words were, it did seem to parallel. She's noticing it 5 days beforehand. The police do this pursuit for 2 minutes, 1.5 miles, 40 to 50 miles per hour, and they pull off of him. And as you heard, that made him wonder what's going on. The police knew I took the car. They were right behind me. What is going on? That added to his schizophrenic issues. You saw his apartment. You could see pictures of this apartment where this man lives at this particular time. He had a folding chair, a computer desk chair, a bunch of computers, phones, things like that, sleeping on the floor, not a couch, nothing. He, I would say, is at the height of his schizophrenic delusions, hallucinations, disorganized thoughts, paranoia. And then he believes, he wakes up in the morning, I think he said, and he's said he asked for guidance, and then he believes that God tells him to go to the Waffle House, wear only a green jacket, take your gun with you, and kill 3 people. The people at the Waffle House are with the CIA and the FBI, and they're out to get him, and he must act in self-defense. He said that if, in effect, I'm going to do what I believe God is telling me to do, But if I'm mistaken in what God is telling me to do, God will make the Waffle House be closed, make nobody be there, make my gun jam. He's in turmoil, but he believes that God has told him, you need to go there and do this as an act in self-defense because of all the torment and the harassment that you are receiving. Again, to us, it's totally crazy, but to him, it's reality. They talked about choices, and my co-counsel in the opening statement talked about choices are based on your perception. How do you perceive things? Well, when you're a schizophrenic and you're in Travis's world, you don't perceive things like normal people do. Mr. Reinking gets into his truck, his own truck, registered to him, that has paperwork in it identifying him, where he lives, and he drives to the Waffle House. He does park in the front. There's no question about that. Now, the state would have you believe that, well, he parks right in the front where he can see everything going on in the Waffle House. I disagree with that. Show you this picture just real quick. I'm not saying that you can't see in part of the Waffle House from where he parks, but the state trying to sell you that he parked right in the front where he could see everything going on in the Waffle House is simply not accurate. You can just look at the picture and tell that. He sits right there. You can pull the picture. He sits right there and he sits in the car and he's waiting on a sign. And while he is sitting there with nothing on but this jacket, Mr. McMurray and Mr. Shaw walk by. And if you remember, Mr. McMurray looked at him and he said that he had a piercing stare. Mr. Reinking, it didn't seem right. He looks like the person who would shoot up a place. James Shaw came in and said, well, what Mr. McMurray really said was, look at that crazy MFer. James Shaw said he looked like he didn't care. James Shaw testified, and this was very interesting, he had that same look on his face as he does today. And I would imagine y'all have been looking at Mr. Reinking this entire week, at least at some points in time. Mr. Reinking is sitting there and he says, I'm looking for a sign. I'm looking for a sign. The blinking hazard lights come on and he says, those are taunting me. But then he sees the sign. Mr. Perez walks by with a hat on, and that hat has a number 3 on it. This picture is the picture I gave, the first picture that I gave to Dr. Deering to show all the clothing that was taken. And he described a black hat and a blue hat polo. They both had number 3s on it. I blew up one of them so that you can see it better, where you can clearly see the number 3. And if you recall, there was testimony that Mr. Reinking was obsessed with the number 3. He sent 333 starbursts to Taylor Swift. He talks about the Holy Trinity. He talks about him and his 2 wives, although he doesn't even have one. He would talk about the 3 of us, I think with Dr. Eisen, meaning me, Celine, and Crystal. But sometimes the 3 of them were me, Celine, and Crystal through Dr. Eisen. He believes he's given the sign, and he gets out, and we all watched what he did. Now, one thing I want to bring up that I thought was interesting that the state brought up on cross-examination was with Miss Eisen, and we heard about cross-examination of Miss Eisen. Miss Eisen, isn't it something to the effect about Mr. Reinking wearing a disguise? A disguise is what she was trying to sell. That he disguised himself by being naked. I would say that could be the worst disguise that anybody could ever have. Maybe you could have put on jeans, a shirt, a jacket, or something. And if an APB goes out saying there's a guy in jeans and a shirt and a jacket or a hat or whatever, you might blend in with some other people. But when the APB goes out and it says there's a naked man running down the street, that's not a very good disguise. But the state would try to couch that and sell you that look at this choice of his disguise. He leaves the scene, and at first, in the description was he ran away. And that's why we asked questions to several people about, did he run away or did he walk away? And there was several of them that said he walked away. James Shaw, trotted away or fast-paced walk. James Shaw said saw him walking down the shoulder of the road. Kayla Shaw, walking on the shoulder of the road without any clothes on Murfreesboro Road. Chelsea Owens, in the grass area not too far off the road. Officer Gilpin with his K9 Brax tracked the scent, if you remember, in the grass right next to the road. So Mr. Reinking, in this fleeing, walks almost a mile naked down the side of Murfreesboro Pike. If you recall, Mr. Reinking had driven his own vehicle to the scene, and we had, on cross-examination of Ms. Connor, we pointed out that the keys were in the ignition. And she herself said, we were wondering, why didn't he leave in his own vehicle? That's a great question. Why didn't he leave in his own vehicle? Because he's out of his mind. He leaves the vehicle there with all identifying information of who he is. He leaves the scene, and you heard the testimony that he was afraid that the police would come. He's already got this paranoia of them, and that they would come for him. And he has this paranoia of the police and the government, and so he flees. He goes and gets this thing, and he puts this backpack together, and he's caught. And you heard about the backpack. I'm gonna come back around to that backpack, but I want to address two other issues real quick before the backpack. I thought it was interesting that Detective Summerall said this was the easiest homicide ever to solve. Gun, video, Travis Reinking's truck on the scene. Of course it was. It's committed by a person with a severe mental illness. Of course it would be easy to solve. Another issue before we move on that I want to address, because it comes up kind of chronologically here, is when Mr. Shaw took the stand and he was testifying, and he said that when he went outside that he heard Mr. Reinking make this racial statement. I don't know why he said that, but we put on proof through the detective Clara that when they interviewed Mr. Shaw 3 days after the incident, Mr. Shaw himself said twice, I never heard him say anything racial. Not once, but twice. Told the law enforcement, I never heard him say anything racial. But when he testified, all of a sudden we have that statement. So I just want you to keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So we get back to the backpack. Now this backpack, the idea, if you believe what the state is saying, and that Mr. Reinking was going to take this backpack and somehow he was going to make his way to Canada. In the backpack, there's water, silver bars. Silver bars. There's a gun, but did you hear what the ballistics experts say? It's not in normal operating condition. And there's a Bible in the backpack. And that would make total sense from a man who thinks he's being commanded by God to do things. He'd have a tough time going to Canada without his passport that was left in the safe when you saw it was opened up in front of you. I think there was actually more than one. So is that really what was going on here? This plan to go to Canada? And the safe. Now that was interesting. Detective Summerall, the lead guy in this whole thing, took the stand and he said, yeah, I looked in the safe in Mr. Reinking's apartment and I found the BMW key. It was in the safe. And the state introduced the safe. So then we asked him to come out here. Was there anything else in the safe? No, not that I can remember. I don't remember anything else being in the safe. No, I don't know if there's anything else in the safe. Don't remember anything in there. That BMW key. Okay, well, let's look. So what's in the safe that was found inside Mr. Reinking's apartment? A letter to Oprah Winfrey asking for help with his situation with Taylor Swift. A letter to Taylor Swift. There's other letters. You can read them. They're in evidence at this point. But to Summerall, apparently that wasn't significant in this case. That's not important in a case dealing with insanity. Just that BMW key is. But he had those in his apartment when they searched it. Let's talk about motive briefly. The motive is not, you heard early on, state likes to say, oh, motive's not, we don't have to prove motive, and they don't. But it's on some level, you have to look at a case and say, what could possibly be the motive for doing this? The state has pitched to you, even today, the motive was that he had stolen this BMW and somebody had taken that BMW, and out of revenge, he went to the Waffle House and did what he did. Really? He was so angry that they took that BMW that he went to the Waffle House with that gun with nothing but a jacket on and shot all those people? That's the motive? Or was in his mind, was he commanded by God to do those specific things? Now the experts. So should be pretty clear by now that before we even came on this case, the court ordered these experts to evaluate Mr. Reinking. That is the procedure we have in Davidson County. Now, defense attorneys can go out and hire somebody to do that, but there is a mechanism in place that for the courts to send people to Vanderbilt and eventually the Middle Tennessee Mental Health Institute, if necessary, for them to be evaluated. And that's done so that independent evaluations can be done. Not bought and paid for by the state, not bought and paid for by the defense, an independent evaluation. So he first goes to Vanderbilt University, and the case is assigned to Dr. Wood. Dr. Wood is one of 7 people in this entire state that's board certified in forensic pathology. She has done, she said, I believe it was nearly 900 of these evaluations. And what she does is she says, I gather records, I gather reports, I get any information I can get, videos, whatever else, from the state and from the defense. And I conduct interviews and I meet with colleagues. And I do my evaluation and I come back with my opinion. And in this case, her opinion is that at the time of the offense, Mr. Reinking suffered from a severe mental disease or defect, that being schizophrenia, and that he could not appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions. We had Dr. Eisen. Dr. Eisen, again, it's the same thing. Once Mr. Reinking is finished at Vanderbilt, he was sent for inpatient evaluation over a period of roughly 30 days or so, and then I think it continued after that, with the team at the Middle Tennessee Mental Health Institute. And they do the same type of thing, reviewing things, reviewing records, reviewing reports, and then they, with a collaborative effort, come up with an opinion and a report. And MTMHI came up specifically, Dr. Eisen, Dr. Kovac, who you heard had been there for over 20 years, and Dr. Fikes, all collaborated, adopted, and signed off on the report, with the opinion being that Mr. Reinking suffered from a severe disease or mental defect, that being schizophrenia, and that he could not appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions. 3 doctors from MTMHI signed off on that opinion. 3 doctors. You heard about how the interactions with Mr. Reinking there, that he was continuing to suffer some delusions while he was being treated at MTMHI. You heard about hallucinations. He thought that the government was trying to kill him. The question was asked, with these delusions and hallucinations and disorganized thoughts, do schizophrenics believe them wholeheartedly? And she said yes. And I think the question was asked, even if there's proof to the contrary shown to them, they still believe it in their mind. She said while he was at MTHI, he would talk out loud and have conferences with aliens. Heard voices of aliens, thought he was married to a supernatural being. He said any logical person would see that what I did was self-defense. Mr. Moore mentioned something about cross-examinations, and specifically cross-examinations of Dr. Eisen. And I want to briefly talk about some of the things on these cross-examinations that I thought was somewhat peculiar. If you recall, when Dr. Wood was cross-examined by Mr. Dowdy, there came a point in time where this handwritten journal was brought out and they were going through certain parts of it. And they got to page 13 and they read what was on page 13. And Mr. Dowdy said, there's nothing in there about a command from God. You don't see anything there about a command from God. Where's that? You don't see anything about that. And then he moved on. But I was paying attention. So when I got up on my redirect, I asked her to turn one more page to page 14. And there's the whole command from God, the whole thing. She read it out to you. He's had the journal. We all have the journal. We've all read the journal. But he asked her a question, where is that? She doesn't know off the top of her head, and then he moves on, knowing it's on the very next page. He asked her about exhibitionism and sadomasochism, and I don't know if you caught it, but he said, as far as exhibitionism is, well, he took his own pants off before he left the house. And he went to the Waffle House and harmed people. Is he trying to say that this was some sort of sexual thing with exhibitionism and sadomasochism? Miss Norman cross-examined Dr. Eisen. And there came a point in time when she said, Dr. Eisen, look on this page at this line. What did Mr. Reinking say to you? And you heard the racial slur, the racial statement. And you could hear an audible gasp in this courtroom. Clearly given the impression that it was Mr. Reinking that statement originated from. Clearly giving that impression. But again, Mr. Evans, on his toes, paying attention, knowing the facts, got up on cross-examination and said, Dr. Eisen, read the rest of that line. What does that say? Mr. Reinking was telling me what somebody else had said at the Waffle House. Now, had we not been on our toes paying attention, you would have been left with the impression that that's what he said at the time of the killing. We had to come forward and give you the context. It was brought up. Miss Eisen, at some point, Mr. Reinking showed a fondness for you. He was into you. He liked you, whatever the words were, the fondness with you. The fondness was, according to her, is, yeah, he thought that his wife was inside her body, that he was talking to his wife. But if you were left with just this fondness, you would have this picture, something funny was maybe going on. But this fondness was an active delusion. At one point in time, there was cross-examination about Miss Eisen. You didn't put this in your report, did you? Where is it in your report? You didn't put this in your report. And what she was talking about was actually in the earlier report. Miss Eisen had put certain things in her reports, but Miss Norman was trying to cross-examine her like, you didn't put it in your report. You didn't put it in your report. And speaking of reports, she was cross-examined about this wasn't in a report, this wasn't in a report, this wasn't in a report. Those reports are summaries. They're not transcripts. They also thought that initially, and we have to clean this up when we get back up, oh, he refused to take the test. So you couldn't give him the malingering test because he refused to take it. Leaving an impression that somehow Mr. Reinking knew what was coming and said, oh, I'm not taking the malingering test. But we have to get back up and clear this stuff up. But he didn't know what the test was, had no idea. He was just refusing to take the test. So I bring all that up because it's significant. When we're trying to bring to you the facts of this case and the whole picture, and when some of these cross-examinations are bringing to you a misperception, that is significant in this case. This is serious, very serious. And to do things in a manner that don't give you the whole picture or the complete context is not right. The state called 7 what were supposed to be rebuttal witnesses. Now, rebuttal is basically we put on our case, and then they're supposed to get up and put on proof that would contradict our case. That's what rebuttal proof is supposed to be. So they put on the BMW people, the 2 officers, and the salesperson deposition, which we didn't really dispute any of that, but I still thought it was interesting because you got to hear the salesperson say, yeah, he appeared to be schizophrenic. He appeared to be acting as just like my friend when my friend has a break. Then we had Summerall, who was pretty much off the stand as quickly as he was on it. And then we had the silver bar guy come in. And the silver bar guy just said, yeah, he bought some silver bars from me. Wasn't very complicated or long. He was polite and shy, and he came back and picked them up. I have no idea what their rebuts. Then we had the 2 officers who brought in the styrofoam drawings. You've seen them, they're in evidence. And the second one has a spaceship, a flying saucer on it. This is a year later, almost a year later, has a flying saucer with 3 aliens in it. I would submit that supports my case, doesn't rebut my case. So you saw 7 people, but who did you not see? You didn't see an expert come in here and dispute Dr. Wood or Dr. Ison. We've had almost 4 years this case has been pending. Almost 4 years. You know what the state has potentially as resources. Did they go and talk to somebody or not? I have no idea. But over a 4-year period, when we get to the end here, I'll tell you what didn't happen. Not a single forensic psychologist got up there and said Dr. Wood was wrong or Dr. Ison was wrong. That was not in the rebuttal. I think you know why. Our burden was to present to you by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Reinking suffered from a severe mental disease or defect, and that as a result of that, or because of that, he did not understand that what he was doing was wrong. And we have met that burden. We've met that burden starting back in 2015, 16, 17 with the schizophrenia. They really don't dispute that part of it at all. And we've met the burden by showing that Mr. Reinking was in a crazy state of mind at the time that this happened, believing delusions and hallucinations and disorganized thoughts. Again, it's hard to understand. I don't know that anybody can understand it unless you are him. But that's what happened in this case. You know, we have to show as a result of, did the schizophrenia result in this actions that he didn't know were wrong? Well, what else would have caused it? There is nothing else that would have caused it. The schizophrenia resulted in his actions, and he did not understand and appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions. I want to say just a couple more things before I close. First, I want to talk about sympathy. There's not a person in this room that doesn't have sympathy for Mr. Perez and his family, Mr. Sanderlin and his family, Aquila Da Silva and family, to Ebony Groves and the family, for Miss Wagner, Miss Henderson, and everybody else that was in the Waffle House. These victims and their families suffered and are continuing to suffer. Monday and first thing Tuesday morning were 2 of the toughest days in my career to listen to that. You can have sympathy. We all sympathize. But in making your decision, the judge is going to tell you, you can have no prejudice or sympathy or allow anything but the law and the evidence to influence your verdict. So you can have sympathy, we all do, but you can't come up with a verdict based on that. That's our law. When you go back to deliberate, you talk to each other, but the 12 of you that will remain on the jury, you each have the right to make your own decision in what you think is the right decision in this case. You have to respect the opinions of the others, but you each have your own right to make your own decision, whatever that is. At the beginning, when we did the jury selection, I asked each of you, if we carry our burden of proving by clear and convincing evidence that Mr. Reinking suffered from a severe mental disease or defect, that being schizophrenia, and that as a result of that, he could not appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, would any of you hesitate to check that box that says not guilty by reason of insanity. And every one of you said, no, we wouldn't hesitate in doing that. If you meet your burden, we'll check not guilty by reason of insanity. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've met our burden. We've brought you the proof. Now we're asking you to find him not guilty by reason of insanity. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jerry, we're going to take our good-morning recess at this point in time. Please keep in mind the trial is still in progress, so do not discuss anything about the trial or share your thoughts at this point. We'll get back here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Wow. Wow. I just want to say, wow. Closing arguments were a lot more exciting than I thought they would be. Wow. What do you guys have in the chat? I mean, I think Mark Nash and Ken, thank you for watching today. It's been a powerful episode, really powerful commentary from both of my intelligent brothers today. Ken subscribed to Mark Nash. I just subscribed to Ken. I think you're both absolutely correct. It seems like the state purposely fudged the case, and this is, and I congratulated both of you because I believe your observation are like peanut butter and jelly. They go well together. You're saying that they fudged the case, along with the fact when Mark asked earlier, Perfect, did they present a rebuttal witness? And I have to say no, they did not present a rebuttal witness. They presented rebuttal witnesses, but they did not present an expert. And today, the theme of today's show, because my name is Perfect, has been apprenticeship, journeyman, and expertise. And they did not present an expert witness to rebut Dr. Rena. That's very sad. The state, we're not talking about the defense, the state who has the burden. The state has the burden. They did not present an expert of their own to present their own opinion, which makes me think, sadly, you guys, that they couldn't find an expert doctor who would say that at the time of the murder that Travis knew he was wrong. And that's unfortunate. I don't know if that's Tennessee, and I'm speculating. I don't know if that's true. I'm speculating. But in my speculation, like the closing arguments from the defense, they have 4 years. To my brother Mark Nash's question, they have 4 years. They have 4 years to find. They have 4 years to find a doctor, a scientist, expert testimony to support their theory that at the time of the murder, Travis knew what he was doing wrong, and they did not do that. So I gotta say that Mark Nash is correct and Ken is correct. Because without doing that, I have to agree with my brother Ken and say that you are purposely throwing the case. Even the defense in closing argument said you have 4 years. You have 4 years to present an expert to back up. It's like what we have in debates in the manosphere. People debate religion. People debate science. They debate. And what do people always say? Well, what's your source? Mark Nash is good about that. Who is the we? Who is this I? Who is this person you're talking about? What are your sources? Don't just give me a vague answer or a vague opinion. What is that source built upon, right? They have 4 years to bolster their opinion. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. That whole courtroom was full of people that look like my family. Their family members are gone. Sad day. Something is different in Tennessee, you guys. Something is different in Tennessee. Let's see. I don't even have content, but that means a lot. That's my bro right there. Support, man. It's 5.0, man. You support me, man. I appreciate it, man. Closing arguments.
She looked at him. How terrifying it must have been.
Oh, the brother
How
gets
frightening it must have been to see this man standing up. D'Ebony Groves, Sharita Henderson.
The brother gets to rebut. The brother gets to rebut. It's not over. It's not over. Thank y'all for hanging out with me 5.0, man. God is so good. Y'all, it's not over. It's not over. Huh? Let's go. The brother, look at that brother. Don't he look good? We had a beautiful black sister as a doctor, forensic scientist. She just overtook that whole department. Right? Now we got another young brother. Look at that brother in the courtroom. Let's go. Let's go. It's not over. It's the rebuttal. Huh?
Shantia Wagner, Kayla Shaw, a name that defense left off curiously, James Shaw Jr. That's what this case is about. It's not about Travis Reinking, no matter how much they want to spend time talking about his thoughts, his feelings. It's about what he did to them, the lives that he took from them. These are people who loved and were loved back. This is a man who wished he had that. Instead, he went to that Waffle House. This time, he said, I would punish them by taking something they couldn't take back, some of their lives. Those are his words. Those are the words of a murderer, a man who would kill 4 innocent people, a man who will walk into a restaurant full of people who are just trying to enjoy life, who come there from various different locations, meeting by happen chance. That's what he did. Travis Reinking committed 4 acts of murder, 4 acts of attempted first-degree murder. This isn't about what he feels about it. It's about what he did. You've seen the video of him arriving at the Waffle House. And what you will see when you get it in evidence, when you get the chance, is that he sits there and he waits. He's not waiting for a sign. He's waiting to give himself the courage. You've heard him describe his feelings in that moment. He's trying to talk himself into it. You've heard the testimony. This is a man who you've heard wrote about wanting to commit mass murder in the past. You heard the testimony of Dr. Eisen. She read his journals. He's at a Nelly concert, wanting to pull out a 30-06 rifle and be a sniper, shooting people, innocent people trying to enjoy a concert. As he sat there in that truck for those minutes, as Joe Perez is going back to his car to check on it, as D'Ebony and Sharita are walking into the Waffle House, as Akila and Shantia and Abede and Alexis are sitting there waiting on their food, as Kayla is sitting in the car with her girlfriends, her cousins, after a night out, waiting on their food, as James Shaw Jr. and his friend Brennan, his best friend, are walking in, laughing, talking about how high the plates are being stacked. What he's thinking, what this evidence in this case has shown to you, he's thinking about wanting to carry out an act that he has wrote about, thought about, and is now on the verge of doing, and he's torn. He's conflicted because he knows it's evil. He knows it's unholy. He knows it's unclean. He knows that he will feel wrong when he does it. These are the words that he described about it after the fact. He knows that. He just wants the courage. This is a man with no courage, though, because he can't even come in here and tell you that he will accept responsibility. No sympathy has he given to these families. No remorse, none. This is a man who April 22nd, 2018 took so much. He took so much from them. He robbed Joe Perez Sr. of ever meeting Joe Perez III. Robbed the Groves family of ever hearing the Ebony sing Jesus Loves Me Ever Again, the last time she sang it, as she sat there in that booth at the Waffle House. Robbed Abede of being able to truly enjoy the celebration of the music video that he had just made with his little brother that same day. Robbed Torian Sanderlin of ever achieving his dream of being a chef or cooking Thanksgiving dinner ever again with his aunt and the rest of his family. This is a man who took so much, and yet he sits here today and asks of you not to take his liberty. His attorney says this is a man who doesn't deserve prison. This is a man who deserves to be found guilty. Guilty. 16 times when you get to the verdict form, you should be saying guilty. Nothing else. You've seen the evidence. You've heard the testimony. You've heard the witnesses come in here. We spent one day talking about the victims and what he did. The rest of the time we've been spending talking about him. And that's unfair. It's not right. It's as wrong as Travis Reinking knew he was on that day. He knew he was wrong. He knew what he was doing. Mental illness is not an excuse. That's not just me saying it. That's not just General Moore saying it. That is what the judge is going to instruct you on. It alone is not an excuse. So what if he has a mental illness? That isn't enough. Travis Reinking isn't the only person that's got problems, struggles, issues that he's got to overcome. He ain't the only person who's got something difficult to deal with, that thinks he's been dealt a bad deal. So what? This man knew right from wrong. This is a 29-year-old man who worked a job as a crane worker, had thousands of dollars at his disposal to go and buy silver bars so he can flee. He had his own truck. You heard him talking about how he wants to paint it and do all these things to it. It doesn't matter that he had a mental illness. That's not enough. That's not what the law says. The law says defense, and the defense alone had to prove to you by clear and convincing evidence that on that day, when he walked into that Waffle House, when he stepped out of his truck and pulled that assault rifle and pointed it at Joe Perez Jr., who was just trying to walk into the Waffle House, and shot him, and shot him, and shot him, and then saw Torian running and shot him as he ran for his life, saying, I'm not going to shoot him in the head yet because I want him to have a little time to get right with God and maybe feel as bad as I have, and continue to shoot him. Then came back to Joe, whose body lay there on the ground, shot him again. That's malice. That's somebody who knows what they're doing. just a malicious person, vicious person, evil person. There's no way he didn't know that what he was doing was wrong. He knew it. You heard testimony from doctors, 2 of them. They came in, they gave their statements. And one thing that was very clear is that they didn't give this case the respect that it was due. When you took an oath as jurors in this case, you took a solemn oath to pay close attention to all of the facts and evidence in this case. Pay close attention. That's not what these doctors did. They overlooked things that they had access to. They ignored certain things. They picked certain things that they wanted to pick and choose instead of picking everything. Dr. Wood told you that she only met with Travis Reinking one time and discussed the incident. One time. And yet she comes to you and tells you that she can come to a conclusion about his actions on that day. She spoke to him once. The next time that she wanted to speak to him, she wanted to give him a malingering test, a test to determine whether or not he was faking having mental illness or perhaps exaggerating that he had mental illness. And what did he do? He said, I'm not taking that test. It's okay. Travis Reinking special. Yes. She told you when she looked at the reports, the medical records that helped form the basis of her opinion, that what she saw was a prior time that he'd gone to a hospital. And if you remember, if you listen closely, one of the things that he did then was say, I don't want to participate in this. It's a man who makes choices. He doesn't want to do things that he doesn't want to do. He refused a malingering test with Dr. Wood. Then he goes to see Dr. Eisen. Dr. Eisen gives him one test. Of course, he likes her. She's friendly with him. It's a man with no girlfriend, no friends at all. And here you have this woman who's coming to sit down with him every day, twice a week. Sit with him for an hour and a half and talk through his feelings. And he's starting to have affection for her. He starts to find her attractive. He's calling her beautiful. No big deal to her. It was a big deal to him. Having this person who comes and sits down with him, a man with no friends. Now he's got somebody who's paying all the attention in the world to him. So he agrees to a test. But once he takes the first one, once he knows what the test is, never takes another one. Never. And so now you have 2 doctors who've come to you and testified with certainty that this man has not exaggerated in any way his symptoms, and yet they only administered one test to him. Well, Dr. Eisen, why did you want to keep administering tests? General Norman asked, if you didn't think it was necessary. Well, of course she thought it was necessary. She just let him make his own decisions. That's what they have done in this case. They decided to pick and choose amongst what words they wanted to believe of his. You heard his testimony, their testimony, Dr. Wood, in which we went through a long list of things that would be an indicator of wrongfulness. Fleeing from the police. It can be. Hiding out. It can be. Trying to disguise yourself. It can be. Describing your actions as evil. It can be. This is the testimony not of an unbiased person, but of an advocate. When she took that stand in this trial, she decided to become his advocate and not an unbiased witness. Perhaps in her other cases, she has not been so conflicted. But in this one, for whatever reason, it's clear from the evidence and the testimony that she was. Dr. Eisen, same questions. If you describe your actions as evil, are they an indicator of wrongfulness? Now, you, ladies and gentlemen of this jury, know that evil is as wrong as can be. And that's how he described his actions. And of course, Dr. Eisen reluctantly agrees that if you describe your actions as evil, then indeed you do understand that what you have done is wrong. But it was reluctant. Why is that? Perhaps she refuses to back down from the mistakes that she made in her evaluation, overlooking certain aspects of the reports that were given to her. Defense told you that three doctors at MTMHI signed off on her opinion. You only heard from one. I didn't see Dr. Fikes walk in that door and testify and be subjected to cross-examination, or at the very least verify that that was his opinion. In fact, to the contrary, what you heard the testimony was that Dr. Fikes worked out of a different location. There was no testimony that he actually met with Travis Reinking. That's not a supported opinion. Dr. Kovacs. Dr. Kovacs could have easily come in this courtroom for defense if they thought he was going to provide them with valuable testimony. Where was he? The only evidence that you heard about Dr. Kovacs is that when he was conducting the evaluation with Travis Reinking, he grew increasingly concerned that Travis Reinking had not committed this crime because he had been commanded by God, but because he was acting out of revenge. And therefore, at the time, wasn't certain that he could support the opinion that Dr. Eisen ultimately came to. So it's not three doctors. It's one doctor from MTMHI, Dr. Eisen. Dr. Eisen, who can't even tell you which reports and journals she reviewed. Dr. Eisen, who couldn't even tell you, she didn't even look at the video. Now, that was just yesterday, so I know you know how the state feels about that. But I want you to understand, how is it that you can give your expert opinion about someone's actions if you haven't even looked at the actions? When we asked them, well, you're an expert witness. You can sit in this courtroom. You could have watched the trial. They didn't even have to come to the courthouse. There's a camera right there. They could have cut it on while they were in their office doing their own business and listened to the testimony. They didn't even care enough to do that. Didn't even care enough to hear the testimony of the eyewitnesses. Uninterested in that. And yet they have an expert opinion based on limited conversations with Travis Reinking, based on him saying that he had been commanded by God. Or was it self-defense? Or had he been baited by the FBI and the CIA into tricking him? Or was it the aliens? You know, there was also the thing where he's fighting in some war with the aliens. It can't be all of them. They're trying to say it's every single one of them. If you're acting out of self-defense, you don't need a command from God. James Shaw Jr. didn't tell you that he needed God to tell him to fight back. He told you that he saw Travis Reinking coming through that door, and at that moment, it was his time to fight back because it was going to be his life or Travis Reinking's. So he had to move him out the way. He didn't need a command from God. Travis Reinking didn't need a command from God. My question to you is, how is it that a man who has planned to commit an act, planned to kill people, tell you that the only reason he did so is because he was commanded? How is it that a man who has spent so much time writing and thinking about mass murder can tell you that the only reason that he committed a mass murder is because he was commanded to? God didn't have nothing to do with that. That was Travis Reinking, every single bit of it. God didn't tell him to take a Bushmaster XM15 assault rifle. He had 4 guns, 4 of them. He could have picked any one. Every single one of them guns would have killed people, but he didn't pick the other guns. He picked the gun that could inflict the most damage. He picked the gun that could shoot the most rapidly. He picked the gun that would shoot with high velocity and cause the bullets to act like they were exploding, leaving Sharita and Shantia with injuries consistent with having been in a military battle. But really, they were just at a Waffle House. He made those choices when he picked that gun. Defense says to you, well, he was naked, and a naked man can't disguise himself. You heard the testimony of the eyewitnesses. Kayla Shaw cowering in between the stools and the counter. What did she say to you? She looked up and all she could see was his naked private area. That's the thing that stole her attention. She never got to his face. James Shaw didn't say, I can identify Travis Reinking. He got in a fight with the man. What was the testimony? He gave a description: white man, blonde hair, naked. Not his face, because the nakedness distracts. Now, every plan, every criminal is not the world-class criminal you see in some movie that is doing a heist and never gets caught. Even some of the smartest people in America get caught. They're running Fortune 500 companies doing these schemes behind the scenes, and we never know, and they get caught and prosecuted and sent to prison. Travis Reinking is a person with delusions of grandeur. He thinks he's smarter than you. He believes he knows better than you. And so that he created a plan that still led to him getting caught does not absolve him of responsibility. He was very clear that it was his plan to go to the Waffle House. Very clear that it was his plan to kill as many people there. Very clear that it was his plan to get into his truck and leave. Very clear that he was going to go to another Waffle House and kill some more people. That was his plan. Very clear that he was going to commit mass murder. Self-defense. Against who? What you heard was that the only issue he may have even possibly had with people at Waffle House happened over some hash browns in Caryville, Tennessee, at some point, who knows when before. And yet, Joe Perez didn't work at the Waffle House. See, now, if you were to tell me that Travis Reinking walked past Joe Perez, walked around the corner and killed some people, I would still have an immense problem with that. I might still be standing here, but I'd have a little less solid of an argument. That's not what he did. He killed Joe first. Killed him. Then after he killed Torian, he walked in and never went to the area where the Waffle House employees were. He didn't go left. He went right. That was his choice. There's no question that D'Ebony Groves and Sharita Henderson were not Waffle House employees as they cowered, hoping that they could play dead underneath that table. No doubt. And yet, he killed them anyways. What did Sharita say? She tried to play dead, and then she opened her eyes. And in a moment, she looked at him. How terrifying it must have been. How frightening it must have been to see this man standing over her, that big gun that already killed people. And then he looked her dead in the eye and shot her. Not once, 3 times. This is a man who is evil. He knew what he was doing. He knew it was evil. And yet he comes to you and tells you he didn't know it was wrong. We have no burden to prove when it comes to the insanity defense. None. Defense says we should give you a motive. We don't have to give you a motive. We didn't have to put on any evidence, especially after the testimony of those doctors. We did put on some evidence because we've taken this case as serious as possible, because that's what it demands. The reality is Travis Reinking decided that he wanted to punish people because his life was miserable. And misery loves company. So that's what he brought, misery and despair on that day. The reason that he wanted to exact that misery is because he had decided that his life had been so unfulfilling, unhappy. He wanted to make a change, move out west to Colorado, walk around and see the beautiful vistas, hang out with some friends, some actual friends. He said, enjoy the finer things in life. To me, nothing was better than doing a couple puffs of marijuana out of glass pipe or loud and going for a long walk down the bike trail in Salida. That was my happy place, in the mountain air, surrounded by an incredible view of nature and feeling like you are witnessing it for the very first time in life. It was glorious. It's a dream. It's really what he wants. His life is not going well here. He doesn't like his job. He doesn't have any friends. He doesn't like himself. He's concerned that maybe he's struggling with his sexuality, struggling with whether or not he's even a man or transsexual. And that makes him angry and agitated. And he acts out. He decided, I'm going to act out. I'm going to take a BMW, change my life. I'm going to go out there. What does he say? I'm going to take this BMW and I'm going to live a good life. So he's going to buy houses, or repossess them is his term. We know that's his term for theft, for stealing, carjacking. He's going to live this great life out there, driving in nearly $100,000 car. And of course, because see, he thinks he's smarter than he is, that he's smarter than you, smarter than these doctors, and maybe he outsmarted them in this particular instance. Because he thinks he's smarter than you, he thought that he was going to get away with it. It isn't because of the mental illness. It's because the man thinks that he's got delusions of grandeur. I mean, this is somebody who thinks that Taylor Swift and Ariana Grande are so interested in him. Not that they just want to have sex with him, but that they would want to rape him. Yeah, whatever. He's got a mental illness, but the mental illness is not the reason he did this. He wanted to go out there and change his life. And so when he came back home that night, came back home from picking up his old truck that he obviously parked somewhere surreptitiously such that the police couldn't find it by the BMW dealership. When he got home and saw the police out there, he started to get angry. First thing he said was, he's tried to sneak into his apartment. Made sure he had his gun, just in case he needed to kill a couple cops, I guess. Snuck into his apartment, went upstairs, tells the doctors that he went up there and went to sleep, but was worried somebody might want to come talk to him. What he writes is that he has a rifle trained on them outside as they're outside doing their job. Thankfully, former officer Caleb Andrews didn't go knock on his door. Wouldn't have been able to be here to testify. He said that over the next couple of days, he got angrier, yelled, screamed, mad. And so by the time we get to April 22nd, he's already well into formulating and carrying out his plan. Well into it. In reality, the plan started well before the BMW. April the 8th, he goes and gets 2 extra magazines. What do you need with 2 extra magazines? You've already got 1 magazine that carries 30 rounds. Why do you need 60 more at your ready? It's part of his plan. April 10th, he goes to get the silver bars. $1,700 worth of silver bars. Why? So he can make easy exchange without having to use a credit card or having to use a check. So you can walk into one of those coin and currency somewhere, lay down one of those silver bars, and get cash money from it. So he had cash money in his wallet, $400 and something. So he's making a plan. The BMW was part of the plan. He picks up the silver bars on the 20th. He's ready to go. He's got his go bag. He's got his water. Got his pistol. He's got his silver now. And so now it's time to make a run somewhere else. But the car is taken. She learned. That was a testimony. And he got upset. And so he drove to that Waffle House, angry, because he wanted to exact the same kind of pain and suffering that he felt on others. And if nothing else, anybody who wants to inflict pain and suffering, they know they are wrong. Plain and simple. I asked Dr. Wood, does he know what the term punishment means? Yes. He understands that punishment means to inflict suffering in retaliation. Yes. If you're acting in retaliation, then you understand that it is wrong. Yes. That was Dr. Wood's testimony. That means he knew he was wrong. Dr. Eisen, General Norman asked, if he knew he was acting in retaliation, then that means he knew he was wrong. Yes. So then he has an appreciation for his wrongfulness. Absolutely has an appreciation for his wrongfulness. These expert witnesses are not the final deciders in this case. You are. You can reject it altogether. Just throw it out. Act as if they didn't even come in here and testify. Honestly, that's what the rules say. You could accept some parts. Say, well, I believe he's got a mental illness. I saw the video. He's got a mental illness. But the rest of it, you don't have to take any of that. Throw it out. based on their inability, unwillingness to do a meticulous and careful evaluation such that these victims deserved. I want you to recall that in Dr. Ison's testimony, one of the things she didn't quite want to acknowledge is that she reviewed a journal in which he said he was writing a book in a way such that whoever read it would question his sanity. And he said that he wanted to get the book published before he started killing police officers, so that if they killed him, he would be a martyr. This is a man who is planning murder. He wants to carry out murder. You will read in his journal how he describes committing the murder, how he talks about it isn't how I thought it was going to be. Talks about how the blood was spraying in a way that he didn't expect or anticipate. Talks about how his skin was tingling. This is a man who knows right from wrong, completely and utterly understands it. Defense talked about the fact that a BMW sales lady said that he, in her brief interaction, may have reminded her of a friend. Well, you heard the testimony of several police officers, all of them who have been actually trained, not someone who has had an experience with one friend, trained experiences. They know how to interact with individuals who are experiencing symptoms of schizophrenia and know who they're supposed to call, know how they act. To a person, they testified that didn't happen with Travis Reinking. Not at all. Not one bit. These are the people who were interacting with him 34 hours after the shooting. Not one woman who had one experience with one friend. But they didn't want to highlight the fact that she said also in her testimony that he had moments of clarity. He was very clear. I'm taking this car. It's coming with me. He was very clear that if she didn't get out of that car, she too was coming with him. Thankfully, she did. Otherwise, who knows what could have happened? Maybe that baby bump she was rubbing in her testimony might not be with her. Defense said that choices are based on perception. What about Joe Perez Jr. could have forced him to perceive him in any way as a threat to him? He didn't describe Joe Perez Jr. as an alien, as someone else in the alien army. That's not what he says. He called him a target. Why did he call him a target? Well, it wasn't just to dehumanize him. It's because he read or watched a video online in which he said the military say the easiest way to make it easier to kill people, it's not call them people, call them targets. That's understanding wrongfulness, right? If you're able to say, I'm going to kill somebody, but in order to make it easier for me to do it, I have to rob them not only of their life, but their humanity in the process. You understand that what you are doing is wrong. He knew it was wrong. You'll read his journal. He says that after he kills Joe and Torian, after, as you see in the video, he casually steps over Joe's body as he's laying there on the ground. He says, well, gone this far. Might as well keep going. Keep killing people. That's somebody who understands that it is wrong. And that's the only standards that you have in here that you really need to consider, right? Is it clear and convincing that he didn't know what he was doing was wrong? Of course he did. Both the doctors essentially said it. They didn't want to completely walk back their testimony because they signed a report and didn't want to come across as unprofessional, I guess. But in reality, that was their testimony. He knew it was wrong. Defense says they have sympathy for the victims. I suppose words are an expression of sympathy, perhaps. But I can't tell that Travis Reinking has any sympathy for these people. How did he recreate it? He created these drawings on a styrofoam plates a year later, drawing them as stick figures, targets again. He's dehumanizing them again. He's showing that he's killed them, which means he has an absolute appreciation of the nature of his conduct. And he's taking away their humanity, knowing that he killed people, which I submit to you is also an appreciation of his wrongfulness. Travis Reinking had a plan. He absolutely had a plan. And it was clear from the moment he walked into that, the moment he walked out of his apartment. See, there was a question as to why he might have a jacket on while he was naked. We already discussed why he was naked. Distracts. Why do you have a jacket? Well, if he's naked, he can't carry extra rounds. He needs pockets. See, that's part of his plan. But see, as he sat there with these 90 rounds, he had to fill them up. He had to fill it up. Joe Perez Jr. Torian Sonderland. Aquila da Silva. Shantia Wagner. D'Ebony Groves. Sharita Henderson. James Shaw Jr. Well, he may have had another one for James Shaw Jr. That was his plan. There's a famous boxer, Mike Tyson, you know him. Probably heard the phrase. Every man has a plan until he gets punched in the mouth. He wasn't ready for him. He didn't know who was behind that door. He expected that when he went behind that bathroom door, he was going to have nothing but fish in a barrel, target practice, killing him. And behind that door was a man who was waiting to punch him in the mouth and disarm him and move him out of the way and get him out of that Waffle House and stop him from committing more murders at that Waffle House and the next Waffle House. That's what changed things. That's why he fled. He didn't flee because he wanted to. He fled because James Shaw moved him out the way. He pushed him out of there. He didn't think about that. And so as he went back to his apartment, which curiously was left unlocked, how else did he get in there, right? He took a shower. You saw James Shaw, he had blood on his hand, blood got on the gun, blood from his arms. What was he washing off? The blood. What's he do? He puts clothes on. He's no longer the naked man. Now he's got clothes on. He puts his clothes on, he grabs his go bag, and he gets out of there. When? Dr. Eisen, when he heard the sirens, the police sirens that were coming for him in appreciation of wrongfulness. When did he get out of there? According to Dr. Wood, when he heard the sirens because they were coming for him in appreciation for wrongfulness. And what did he do? He hid for 34 hours. According to him, he hid underneath a house until some dog came sniffing around and heard and maybe thought he might get found. And according to him, he wanted to go hotwire a car and steal it to assist in his flee, his departure, his escape from justice. Didn't work out. Eventually, he does get seen hiding out in the thick brush of the woods out there in an undeveloped portion of Antioch. And an officer walks up on him. And according to him, the first thing that he does, he finds some cover, Travis Reinking. He gives it some thought. He reaches like he's going to reach for his gun. His gun is now in the backpack. He's just spent a day and a half underneath a house. Kind of hard to lay there with the gun on your hip. So it's not there anymore. He thinks about shooting that officer. Then he realizes, I'm caught. There's nothing I can do. And he submits. He's making an assessment about the value of his life, one that he didn't make about the value of the lives of these wonderful young people who were killed. And he continues to submit to these officers. Never once. You saw the officer Corman. She might not have been much taller than this, right? And she told you he was half a body taller than him. You've seen this man stand up. Look at these big guards in here. These are big, strong men. He's bigger than them. He didn't try to flee out of here, did he? Not once. You didn't see that. He didn't try to run from that cop as she gracefully guided him with one arm, because that's all that she had to do, right? He didn't try to run from, he didn't try to fight with the nurse as she forces a catheter up his urethra. Nothing. One of the corporals says, I was around him twice a week. Twice a week, never an issue. This is a man who now claims that these doctors now claim he's got this grand conspiracy that he's afraid of the state. But when the guys with the guns who are actual state agents come for him, nothing but compliance. Nothing. That's because he understands wrongfulness. He knew what he was doing. He knew that it was wrong. He knew when to act in a way where he needed to be compliant, and he knew when he could act in a way where he could just be the murderous man that he wanted to be. Ladies and gentlemen of this jury, as I mentioned to you earlier, you took an oath to be fair, to be just, to consider the facts of this case, to do what's right. The evidence in this case is clear. He committed the murders. It certainly isn't clear that he didn't appreciate the wrongfulness when he committed the murders. So if you're going to do what's right based on the evidence that was in this case, the only right verdict, the only just verdict is guilty. Any other verdict would be as wrong as Travis Reinking was on April 22nd, 2018.
All right, members of the jury, that concludes the closing arguments of the attorneys. I'm now required by law to read to you in open court the jury charge, which contains all the law that applies to this particular case. Staff is about ready to hand you a copy of that jury charge. It's 44 pages long. Simply ask that you follow along with my reading of it rather than, obviously you can read it to yourself much more quickly than I can out loud, but just please follow along with my reading of it. And we'll get through it as quick as we reasonably can. To defend second-degree murder. Any person who commits second-degree murder is guilty of a crime. For you to find Travis J. Reinking guilty of this offense, state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that he unlawfully killed Joe Rene Perez Jr., and 2, that he acted knowingly. Knowingly means that the defendant acts with an awareness that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the death of another. The requirement of knowingly is also established if it is shown that the defendant acted intentionally. Intentionally means that it is the defendant's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of another. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Travis J. Reinking is guilty of second-degree murder, you will so report in your verdict, and that event shall be: we, the jury, find Travis J. Reinking guilty of second-degree murder. You shall then proceed to determine guilt or innocence to count 2 of the indictment, to wit, first-degree murder. On the other hand, if you have a reasonable doubt that Travis J. Reinking is guilty of second-degree murder, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. You shall then proceed to determine guilt or innocence to the lesser included offense of voluntary manslaughter. Lesser included offense, voluntary manslaughter. Any person who commits voluntary manslaughter is guilty of a crime. For you to find Travis J. Reinking guilty of this offense, state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that he unlawfully killed Joe Rene Perez Jr., and 2, that he acted intentionally or knowingly, and 3, that the killing resulted from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in a near rational manner. The distinction between voluntary manslaughter and second-degree murder is that voluntary manslaughter requires that the killing result from a state of passion produced by adequate provocation from the alleged victim, sufficient to lead a reasonable person to act in a near rational manner. Intentionally and knowingly is used in the second essential element of voluntary manslaughter and defined the same as the terms previously have been defined for second-degree murder. You're to refer to those definitions in your deliberations of this offense. If you find from the proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Travis J. Reinking is guilty of voluntary manslaughter, you will so report in the verdict, and that event shall be: we, the jury, find Travis J. Reinking guilty of voluntary manslaughter. On the other hand, if you have a reasonable doubt that Travis J. Reinking is guilty of voluntary manslaughter, then your verdict must be not guilty as to this offense. In either event, you shall then proceed to determine guilt or innocence to count 2 of the indictment, to wit, premeditated first-degree murder. Count 2, premeditated first-degree murder. The indicted offense of premeditated first-degree murder and count 2 of the indictment and all lesser included offenses of the indicted offense are the same as the indicted offense and all lesser included offenses of premeditated first-degree murder contained in count 1, with the only distinction being the alleged victim in count 2 is Taurine Charles Sanderman. The essential elements necessary to commit premeditated first-degree murder and the definition of key terms contained in the said elements are set forth in count 1. You're to refer to those essential elements, key terms, and definitions in your deliberation of this offense as it relates to the victim, Taurine Charles Sanderman. Further, your order consideration of the indicted and lesser included offenses of count 2 shall proceed in the same manner as set forth in count 1. After you reach a verdict in count 2, you shall then proceed to determine guilt or innocence to count 3 of the indictment, to wit, premeditated first-degree murder. Count 3, premeditated first-degree murder. The indicted offense of premeditated first-degree murder and count 3 of the indictment and all lesser included offenses of the indicted offense are the same as the indicted offense and all lesser included offenses of premeditated first-degree murder contained in count 1, with the only distinction being that the alleged victim in count 3 is Aquila Jamal da Silva. The essential elements necessary to commit premeditated first-degree murder and the definition of key terms contained in said elements are set forth in count 1. You're to refer to those essential elements, key terms, and definitions in your deliberation of this offense as it relates to the victim, Aquila Jamal da Silva. Further, your order of consideration of the indicted and lesser included offenses of count 3 shall proceed in the same manner as set forth in count 1. After you reach a verdict in count 3, you shall then proceed to determine guilt or innocence to count 4 of the indictment, to wit, premeditated first-degree murder. Count 4, premeditated first-degree murder. The indicted offense of premeditated first-degree murder and count 4 of the indictment and all lesser included offenses of the indicted offense are the same as the indicted offense and all lesser included offenses of premeditated murder contained in count 1, with the only distinction being the alleged victim is D'Ebony Lachey Groves. The essential elements necessary to commit premeditated first-degree murder and the definition of key terms contained in said elements are set forth in count 1. You're to refer to those essential elements, key terms, and definitions in your deliberation of this offense as it relates to the victim, D'Ebony Lachey Groves. Further, your order of consideration of the indicted and lesser included offenses of count 4 shall proceed in the same manner set forth in count 1. After you reach a verdict in count 4, you shall then proceed to determine guilt or innocence of count 5 of the indictment, to wit, attempt to commit premeditated murder with serious bodily injury. Count 5, attempt to commit premeditated first-degree murder with serious bodily injury. Any person who attempts to commit premeditated first-degree murder with serious bodily injury is guilty of a crime. For you to find Travis J. Reinking guilty of this offense, state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that he intended to commit premeditated first-degree murder, and 2, that he did some act intending to cause an essential element of first-degree murder to occur and believed the act would cause the element to occur without further action on his part, and 3, that Shantia Wagner suffered serious bodily injury. Intended or intending means that it is the defendant's conscious objective or desire to cause the death of another. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that involves a substantial risk of death, protracted unconsciousness, extreme physical pain.
Perfect, man. So what y'all think, man? Great show today. We have 4 hours and 12 minutes. We did it again. We did it again. We did it again. Closing arguments. Dr. Rena blowed up on cross-examination. Dr. Rena obliterated in closing arguments. Great show today. More than I ever expected. Thank you, Mark Nash. Thank you to Kenzie and Red. Thank you to She. Thank you to all the perfect men and women who came by and supported the podcast. Wow, what a great show. Our prayers are with the victim's family in that gallery. That gallery is full of people who look like me. In that gallery are my mom, my auntie, your sister, your brother. That gallery. Yesterday, girl behind the mic pointed out that the people in the Waffle House, the employees look different than the customers. The closing argument said that he saw the employees on one side, he went left, and he went after the customers. I'm not going to say what it is. I want you to go look at the video. Go look at my video yesterday. Look at the employees. Look at the customers. Look at his association with not only the black female doctor, but when he decided to actually start shooting is when the beautiful black woman was standing up at the counter, and when the black women went. I think he had a fixation with black women. I think he was not okay with his association and fixation with black women. But we can't talk about that. We can't talk about all that. But we can break it all out later on tomorrow when we open up a panel. But it's been a long day, so I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. It's Friday. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful day. I'm going to get out here and go get my calisthenics in. I just smashed on my all my tea is gone. So I love you guys, man. It's time to go hit the pavement, man. Get my calisthenics in, and live this day and live this life. Got a lot of responsibilities, got a lot of life, got a lot of life, got a love. Let me say a quick prayer for all of my 5.0 brothers. God, thank you again for another day for coming to you. divinely inspiring the podcast, creating and making a great show, giving me all the skill set, the talent, the wherewithal, supporting me with my brothers, Knights of the Round Table, making a great performance. I pray that everyone is blessed. I pray that everyone has a beautiful Good Friday, great weekend. Enjoy the beautiful weather. I pray a covering over everyone's family and children. I pray a safe passage on the highways and byways for those of my brothers who may be out driving, making their deliveries. I pray success for all your endeavors. Thank you for your support and your blessings. I ask all these prayers in your name. Amen. So great show, man. I want to say thank you guys. Good Friday. Have a great weekend. We definitely going to follow the case. We're going to come back with the verdict. That's going to be, exciting. We're going to come back with the sentencing. Once we get the verdict in, don't worry. We got Kim Porter sentencing coming up at the end of the month. We got the McMichaels coming up at the end of the month. The McMichaels have submitted and got rejected by the federal court. Now, remember, the McMichaels were found guilty in the criminal case of Ahmaud Arbery for first-degree murder, but they also were charged with hate crime, so they're going to federal court for that hate crime, so we're going to be watching that federal case. They've already submitted to get forgiveness, and the judge said no. So they're going forward with the McMichaels case in the federal court, hate crime. We're going to watch that. Perfect perspective, man. Thank y'all for tuning in. Have a blessed weekend, blessed day, Good Friday. Thank you for all y'all support. Thank you, Mark Nash, for sharing the video and sending me the Cash App. I truly appreciate it. The Cash App instructions is in the ticker. My Patreon is in the ticker. I've been leaving up the shows, but like I said, the Gold Professor, these shows won't stay up. I'm going to take the shows down, and you're going to have to go over to my Patreon, and you're going to have to really participate in this, because if you notice, you guys' interaction, I need the interaction. I need the support. Without an audience, without the support, it's not a show. Thank you so much. Y'all have a good day. Get out there, play with the kids. My kids still at daycare, so I would put the kids on for you guys, but they still at daycare for a few more hours. So hug and play with the kids, man. Go do something fun. Take them to the movies, man. Life is, we get one of these, man. Cherish every moment. This dude took away these people's life. You know how he said that brother said he robbed those people. He robbed those people. I love that closing argument. He said it's not about whether or not, it's not about Travis. It's not about whether or not I've been saying that for 2 days. I said they've turned this into whether or not he's insane when we already know he's insane. It's not about Travis, and it's not about his insanity, and him being insane is not enough per the law. The law says him being insane is not enough. Great close. Great close. Tenfold, man. Fair use is in effect on this channel at all times.